Welcome to the September 14th, 2021 City Commission meeting. I'm not sure it's on yet. I'm looking here at the order. Are we up?
Yeah, it should be. What are you?
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about, sorry.
Oh, hang on, we're sorry.
That button.
There's a whole lot of buttons that have to get pushed around here to make things work.
Here we go.
Okay. Mayor Finkeldei, welcome everyone to the September 14th, 2021 City Commission meeting. Before we get going, we'll have Porter O'Neill, our Communications and Creative Resources Director, give us some information on the conduct of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on the screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Finkeldei.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you, Porter. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Nanda.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Mayor Finkeldei, present. And now, before we move to the meeting, we'll have Sherry Wiedemann, our city clerk, talk about the public engagement portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners and staff, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. Mayor, when a motion is made, please call on commissioners individually to provide their vote and announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When public comment is sought on an item, the mayor will first call on those participating in person. Individuals wishing to provide public comment should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Participants are required to wear a mask, but may remove their mask while making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The mayor will then call on those participating virtually. Individuals providing public comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you, Sherry. We'll now move to the first item on the agenda, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Does the Commissioner wish to amend the agenda, or I look for a motion to approve?
Commissioner Rogers, move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Ananda, second.
Mayor Finkeldei, there's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldei, aye. Passes 5-0. We now move to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. To begin with, are there any items a commissioner would like to pull off the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there anyone present at City Hall who would like to pull a matter off the consent agenda?
There is not, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. And Does any member of the public on Zoom like to pull a matter off the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature.
Mayor, no one has indicated they have any items to pull.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
Jane, Tada, yeah, thank you. Okay, with no items being pulled off the consent agenda, I look for a motion on the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
It's Commissioner Nanda, I second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. Passes 5-0. That takes us to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. To begin with, is anyone present at City Hall like to make general public comment on something not on the regularly scheduled agenda?
There is not, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sherry. Would any member of the public on Zoom like to make general public comment on something not on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
Chad Osdale?
Can you hear me now?
Mayor Finkel, aye. Yes.
Okay. This is pretty simple. It's pretty much the same thing as I always do. I was here almost 2 months ago and asked for the city to tell us what the two method of scoring the evaluations in MSRO is. We have it in writing on our last evaluations that we are scored using the two method. And I've asked before repeatedly, what is the two method of scoring the performance appraisal? Never gotten a response. The performance appraisal all departments are given is the only one and only one method of scoring described. And I was curious, what department is scored using the performance appraisal process as written? Is there one? What departments are scored using the two method? Is it just MSO? What departments are scored using the three method? Why, since all departments are scored differently, is there not a written performance appraisal for each department? Instead of just giving us one and then telling us verbally with nothing in writing that we're scored using the two method. Because if we're all given the same performance appraisal process and method of scoring, and the city allows the departments to score differently, what does that make the performance appraisal but a complete and total untruth? I had the city manager not long ago tell us that it does not influence our merit raise at all, our appraisal scores, but the second paragraph of the appraisal process states that that's the primary purpose of the appraisal process, the performance appraisal. So I'm just asking for some answers. I've asked this repeatedly over the past 2 years, and nobody's been able to show me anything in writing what the hell the two process is. Why is it that we're not scored and evaluated as the performance appraisal says, instead of the city not following their own policies. Please, if we could get some answers, I'll be back next month to ask again. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Is there anyone else on Zoom who would like to make general public comment? That's all of the public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. That takes us to the regular agenda. Regular agenda item number 1 is to consider approving text amendment TA 2079 related to detached dwellings in the RM districts. And it looks like Luke gets to make this presentation, so please go ahead, Luke.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen with the Planning and Development Services Department. As Mayor Finkeldye just noted, agenda item number 1 is a request to consider text amendment TA-20-00079 to the City Code and its associated ordinance number 9781. This proposed TA would amend the Land Development Code to permit the detached dwelling land use, otherwise known as single-family houses, by right in a number of the city's RM multi-dwelling residential zoning districts. These include RM12, RM12D, RM15, RM24, and RMO districts. I'll begin with some history, just as this item has been in process for a number of months. In early 2020, a member of the public initiated a text amendment that would permit detached dwelling use by right in the RM32 zoning district. That is the densest RM district in the city. Planning and Development Services staff determined at that time that a separate and additional text amendment to include RM12, 12D, 15, 24, and RMO districts should be considered as well. So the first text amendment to allow detached dwelling use by right in the RM32 district, which was the item initiated by the member of the public, was considered by the Planning Commission in May of 2020. That text amendment was considered and approved by the City Commission on July 7th of 2020, with the condition that a proposed detached dwelling in the RM32 zoning district obtain an administratively approved site plan. The discussion generally centered around ensuring adequate off-street parking and solid waste pickup in the densest of the city's RM districts. The Commission felt that the site planning process would give city staff the opportunity to review for those items and would provide an opportunity for neighbor notice. Ordinance number 9781, which again only addressed the RM32 district, was adopted on July 7th of 2020, so just over a year ago. For a number of reasons, mostly related to COVID and staff capacity, these text amendments and their ordinances slowed down, but have since been brought back to the City Commission for your consideration. Since the City Commission previously approved TA-20-00022, which is what we've just been discussing, the RM32 district, tonight you'll be focusing on TA-20-00079, which addresses those remaining RM and RMO districts. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this item at their July 2020 meeting. Planning staff also recommends approval on the basis that the detached dwelling land use, when located on its own platted lot, is generally compatible with the RM12, 12D, 15, 24, and RMO districts, and will reduce the time and process currently required in some instances to establish this land use. The current Land Development Code requires an approved special use permit for a proposed detached dwelling in those previously listed RM and RMO districts, unless a majority of the block face is developed with with detached dwellings as well. In that instance, no special use permit is required. Finally, per the advice of the City Attorney's Office, PDS staff combined the code changes associated with both text amendments into a single ordinance. That is a revised ordinance number 9781. This streamlines the code amendment process and will allow the code to reflect both discussed text amendments more quickly than if the changes were made with two separate ordinances. The ordinance before you tonight, this revised ordinance number 9781, includes the site planning condition discussed at last summer's City Commission meeting. The Land Development Code's residential district use table will be amended, as well as section 20-508, which is the specific use standard section for the detached dwelling land use. To conclude, staff recommends the City Commission approve text amendment 20-00079 to the City of Lawrence Code, Chapter 20, permitting the detached dwelling use by right in the RM12, RM12D, RM15, RM24, and RMO districts, and adopt on first reading revised ordinance number 9781. This ordinance will return to you all for a second reading later this month, and then we'll be ready for publishing. As always, I will do my best to answer any questions about either text amendment and the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, thank you, Luke. Do any commissioners have questions for Luke?
Vice Mayor Shipley. It's in your memo here, Luke, but I would like you to clarify for the public. It does seem like at first blush, it might be a little incongruent that we want density, but we're also allowing single family and multifamily zoning. So the question that's in your memo, just for clarification for the public, do the proposed text amendments conflict with the density goals in the comprehensive plan? Could you just talk about that for a minute for me?
Yeah, so planning staff, we discussed this and we felt it was more in line with the comprehensive plan's goals in having a diverse housing stock, making sure that zoning districts match their current land use. This was all initiated with a member of the public who was looking to convert what had been constructed as a single family home. It had been converted into multiple units. They were looking to bring it back to a single family house. And so that zoning district wouldn't allow for it. So that's kind of how this all came to be. So yes, it may seem to be at odds with a density goal, but I would say it also aligns with our goal of having zoning districts that match land uses and a varied housing stock.
Mayor Finkel, any other questions for Luke before we open it to public comment? Seeing no questions, we'll open this matter for public comment. If any member of the public who's present at City Hall would like to speak on this matter, please let Sherry know and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. There's no one here that wants to provide comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. If any member of the public on Zoom would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. I'll bring it back to the commission for comments or discussion. I guess I'll go ahead and start. I'll say, I went back and watched the July 7th, 2020 meeting and realized I did vote against it because the original recommendation was as a matter of right, and I think it was a 4-1 vote to add the site plan. So I will also support this recommendation. And I think the concerns, as Luke pointed out, that were raised at that July meeting were pretty specific to the RM32 district, dealing with, the way we handle trash enclosures and the way we handle parking. So I do think this is a good move forward. And I think, Vice Mayor Shipley asked a good question, which I think is an important question to ask about density. I think the flip side, especially as we start to look at a new code eventually, there's a movement across the country, and not saying we'll go that way, but going to more of a form-based code where you do have these mixed developments, where you have single family next to duplexes, next to fourplexes, and it goes both ways, as long as they're all compatible in form. And so, I do think that's something we'll continue to look at, and certainly something I think that can be done in a mixed use zoning category. So again, I don't see anything incongruent about having a single family house next to a duplex. And I think it makes sense to allow it by right. Other comments? Mayor Finkeldine, no comments, motions?
This is Commissioner Nanda. I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move to approve text amendment TA 20-00079 to the City of Lawrence Code, Chapter 20, permitting the detached dwelling use in the RM12, RM12D, RM15, RM24, and RMO zoning districts, and adopt on first reading revised ordinance number 9781.
Vice Mayor Shipley, second.
Mayor Finkeldine, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Passes 5-0. Luke, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you all.
This moves us to regular agenda item number 2, which is consider approving the concept design of the public artwork developed at the police headquarters.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. And bear with me 1 second as I share my screen. So tonight, I'm going to offer a little presentation about the history of the public art program, and just talk about some of the connecting the dots of how we got here tonight, for those who may not be familiar with the program. And then Joe O'Connell, the artist who was selected for this project, has also joined us this evening, and he is going to present, do a brief presentation and answer any questions that you all might have. So just as a reminder, the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission was established by the city of Lawrence in 1973 to promote, encourage, and coordinate the artistic and cultural activities of the community through recommendations made to the governing body of the city, and through coordinating endeavors of those groups and organizations which identify themselves as primarily concerned with the artistic environment of Lawrence. In 1981, the Cultural Arts Commission, along with a large group of community members, commissioned The Flame by Lynn Emery, which is the kinetic sculpture which stands in front of City Hall. Sadly, Miss Emery recently passed away, but we gave a tribute to her through social media, and actually Tom Harper had a great article about that too. In 1986, Resolution 5015 was adopted by the City Commission, establishing the policy of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, governing appropriations and expenditures for the public art program. Without going through this, basically this is the policy that says that the City Commission may set aside amount not to exceed 2% of the cost of all capital improvements. And that still remains today with an updated version of this policy. Then in 1987, Jim Patty, working with Eldon Teft and others, established the annual temporary outdoor downtown sculpture exhibition in celebration of sculpture and public art. 2021 marks the 32nd year of this annual public art program, which has shown over 200 artworks in Lawrence, which is certainly a big part of our unmistakability. And for those who don't know, Eldon Teft was a professor at KU in the sculpture department, actually renowned sculptor, did tremendous things for sculpture across the country, and actually established the International Sculpture Center. So not only basketball, but sculpture was established here, thanks to KU. Resolution number 7140 was adopted in 2015, and it instructs the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission to, among many other things, recommend artworks for city purchase. Resolution number 7070 was adopted in 2015 as an update to the city's public art policy, and it reaffirms the Resolution 5015 from 1986, which I just read about, which is that 2% set aside for public art. Just as a reminder, since 1988, when these policies were established, the City of Lawrence has implemented 21 different percent for our public art projects throughout the city, including, I just selected a few here that people are probably familiar with or maybe not, just as a reference point, and obviously there's many more. In 2018, in accordance with resolution number 7070, the Cultural Arts Commission requested $340,000 for public art for the police headquarters facility for fiscal year 2019. The FY 2019 budget and CIP was approved by the City Commission. So this was established in the CIP for 2019. The Cultural Arts Commission implemented a national competitive artist selection panel process for the project through a request for qualifications. 39 artists submitted their qualifications. The artist selection panel narrowed the field to 4 candidates for interviews, which included Gordon Huther of Gordon Huther Studios, Benjamin Ball of Ball Noggs, Joe O'Connell of Creative Machines, and Cliff Garton of Cliff Garton Studios. Ultimately, they made the recommendation to the Art Commission to choose Joe O'Connell. The Cultural Arts Commission reviewed the proceedings of the artist selection panel on October 9th, 2019, and voted unanimously to approve the artist selection panel recommended selection of Joe O'Connell of Creative Machines, Inc. After we had a delay of several months due to the pandemic, the City Commission reviewed and authorized the artist agreement for Joe O'Connell at the November 17, 2020 City Commission meeting. Mr. O'Connell gleaned insights from the artist selection panel, worked with city and police staff, and received feedback from community members before conducting a site visit with staff in November 2020. All of this information led to the development of the proposed concept, which was presented by the artist during 2 public meetings held virtually on Saturday, June 26. The artist received more feedback from community members and police representatives and presented the current proposal to the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission on July 14, 2021. The Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission approved the proposal unanimously. So we're here tonight to present this to you and to ask for your approval as well. Let me get out of my screen here. Bear with me a second. And I'd be happy to answer questions at this point, or I can turn it over to Joe and he can offer his presentation, and certainly he can answer questions as well.
I think anything, questions for Porter before we turn it over to Joe? Seeing none, Joe, we'd love to hear from you in your presentation.
Sure. I don't know how much time you'd like, but I'll just go quickly, and then if you want me to slow down, I'll slow down. So I did have the pleasure to come even during COVID in November 2020, and although I spent a day in the neighborhood, most of the people that I actually spent time with were police officers and staff at the police building under construction. So we sketched up some ideas, we talked for quite a bit, and we all kind of settled on the grassy area where the trail to the future park meets the road. And so I'm just going to quickly go through a previous piece I did that has become very popular in our own community, and recently doing a lot of work with colored glass. The idea I came up with was the idea of compassion and seeing the world and seeing situations through other people's eyes. So I collected a number of eyes, some from Lawrence residents, and I've since had at least one person from Lawrence email me wise eyes, former police chief. And then I abstracted from the eyes and made a ring of stained glass. And so this concept is that as you are in this pavilion, which marks the intersection of 2 popular walking and biking trails, you'd look up through these stained glass sets of eyes. And then at night, there's a, oops, sorry, let me just go ahead to the night views. We're still discussing with Parks a small plaza to be built there, but at night we would be projecting. These wouldn't be the actual patterns. I was hoping to get ideas from the community for patterns, and what I think we're going to do is sort of an abstracted iris of an eye that projects out into the night. I've done a lot of work with projecting laser cut patterns in different shapes, and so at night we want the area to light up to make it a little more welcoming. And then as you walk down from the park toward the road, it would be at the end of the trail, and you'd see it here, and then just enough light for people to gather underneath. Let me go back to the eyes, because that's, you know, in discussions with community members. Hang on a second. Let's just go back. This is really just 2 sets duplicated. I've been waiting to get the approval before going ahead and drawing the rest, but I've collected a lot of eyes. The idea is that central to community policing and being a member of a community and just even being a human being is to see the world through other people's eyes. And so a lot of the eyes that I picked, hang on, let's just go back to those, are, well, different races and ages are selected. I was looking for something in the eyes, alertness, wisdom, weakness, but still openness, all of the ways that people can mix emotions. Like I particularly found some of the older people's eyes, you know, a little tired, but still very open and engaging. And I found young people's eyes. The next one is a child's eyes. That's a little scared, you know, an adult that's more secure, adults that's a little bit wary. I just wanted to capture a wide range. And so we did 2 virtual public engagement pieces. I created an email address for comments, and I've gotten a few, and then that email address has been published in the paper as well. There hasn't been as much public feedback as when I go in person, other than meeting with police officers and staff in November.
Joe, this is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. I just want to remind people that this is your presentation from July, I believe, and that this has been something of an evolutionary process, and you've been continuing on design development. So these aren't necessarily the eyes that you plan to use in the piece. This was just you explaining how you intended to interpret. I just want to make sure that's clear to everybody. Yeah. You also mentioned a police chief. Just for clarity, I believe that was a police officer that sent you their set of eyes.
Let me give me a minute to look back. I thought he had been a retired chief from the past, but it'll take me a little while to dig that up. I can find that. So one concern people had is, won't the eyes look like they're staring down at me? And I think the way to deal with that, we've evolved to be very sensitive to eyes. So the trick to making it not looking down is you shift the iris slightly upward. So all of these eyes are looking up, not looking down. We're so sensitive to just millimeters of difference in how the iris in the human eye is that I think it won't be too hard for me to make these as if you're looking through them. And so you enter an archway and then you're surrounded by all these different views. Let me look back through these emails. While I look back, give me just a minute. You know, the main theme is empathy, understanding, and seeing through people's eyes. Oh yes, it was hang on a second. It was Lawrence Bronson, Sergeant Bronson Starr, 22 years with the Lawrence Police Department and retired. I'm sorry, he was not a chief. He was military veteran, firefighter, and then 22 years with Lawrence Police Department. Sent me his face, which I'm going to share his eyes. And I wrote back to him that I see a lot of wisdom in those eyes and would love to make one of those eyes based on that. Let me share you his face.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I may also interject, this is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. If people are interested, they can look in the agenda packet, and the request for qualifications that started this process is in there. That helps clarify that it was decided early on that the artwork would be integrated into the park somehow. That one created a great opportunity to sort of create that connection between the community and the police. We also determined that, unlike a rec center or other buildings, police facilities are typically not as publicly oriented. So it seemed to make sense to include something in the park. And I think Joe's wisdom on this through the artist selection process, talking to community members and the police department, having a place where people can gather. I realize that this sort of breaks tradition with a typical or sort of traditional sculpture. But it's more of an architectural installment, which of course is consistent. If you look at Joe's website, you'll see this very consistent with his work. So I just wanted to share that background so that people have a better understanding of how we ended up in this situation with this structure.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Well, thank you for that presentation. Thank you, Joe, for your work on this. Do commissioners have questions for Joe Porter?
Commissioner Larson, I have a couple of questions to start with. Could somebody tell me exactly where this would be in proximity to the police station? Is it east?
It is, if you're facing the police building in the street, it would be to the west. There's sort of a berm in front of the police building, and then it goes over to a green space that enters into that park area. There's a line of trees there, and there is a trail that leads up to the park, which is north of the facility.
So where would people park to go visit this installation?
They can park, there's parking in the police parking lot right there. And we also understood from the community that it's a place where runners often meet up to go running or walking in the park.
Great. And my last question for right now is, since there's going to be so much glass installed in this, or proposed to be installed in this installation, how will it hold up to hail? Weather, hail?
The glass is really toughened and annealed, and it's held with a really tough adhesive. In the worst case, it's modular and individual pieces can be replaced. It should be stronger than car windows. A lot of times if there's hail, the car will get dented before the windows crack. Not all hail, not all the time, but being round rather than thin plates and held in a slightly shock absorbing UV cured adhesive, we think that it will be very resistant. We've done this glass outdoors in harsh coastal environments like strong sun and salt weather, but to be fair, no hail yet.
So you said it should be resistant. Will it be developed strong enough so it could resist it at least, or is
it will be at least as strong as a car window?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
It's a good question.
This is Commissioner Boley. What was the attendance like in the community engagement Zoom meetings?
It was not very well attended, but it was recorded, and then that was posted. The recording was posted, and then I believe a number of people have seen that since. Because people have since contacted me with comments.
Commissioner Boley, one of the attendees of the second session was Elvin from the Lawrence Journal World, and that's when that article appeared. And I'm appreciative of that because that's actually what I think drove a lot of attention, and people used that email address to get to Joe. So unfortunately, yes, we did not have great attendance. Honestly, the first meeting, nobody attended, and Joe and I had a great conversation. But the second meeting, I'm appreciative that the Journal World did print the article to share the information. And of course, there's been a recent article in the Journal World as well.
This is Commissioner Arnaldo. Did you make any changes to the piece based on the feedback that you received?
So some of the feedback was to make sure that the eyes don't look down. So I haven't done the detailed design on the eyes. I've been waiting for it to be approved, but my plan is to raise the irises. Another comment was to honor a male deer that was killed in the area. And so we've worked that design abstractly into the projected pattern so that if you stand in a certain place, you'll see the spreading antlers of the light projected at night. And then to include, more Lawrence faces and more faces rather than cover the full spectrum of humanity, to be just more sympathetic and empathetic faces.
Go ahead.
Those were that would summarize the comments.
Okay, this is Commissioner Nana. Thank you. I think that some of the comments that I heard were around, the nature of feeling observed or like we're always watching you being presented through that piece. I think that when I was looking at your presentation, I saw only blue and green eyes, which definitely implies whiteness of the representative. So I'm hearing you say you might pull back a little bit on the diversity of individuals represented, but do you still plan to have a diverse group of folks, particularly not just representing men or white?
Oh, absolutely. When I said diversity, I just meant not like any angry, diversity of emotions. So let me just show the faces again. Let me go back to screen sharing. There's an equal number of men and women, and there are many races. There's 3 Native American, 2 African American. I'm just trying to do a quick count as I go through it. It's definitely very diverse. And what I meant by is just not, there were a few faces that were kind of angry. And my point was, well, that's part of the human experience. Hang on a second, let me share. We should include faces that are a little more aggressive, but some of the feedback was, no, we should only have faces that you'd be very empathetic with. So that's what I meant by dialing back on that. And that email is still open. Anyone who wants to suggest other faces is welcome to. The only reason that the rendering showed the 2 faces is it's very time consuming for me to draw the faces. I only, just to show the concept, I only did 2 and alternated them. So those are just the first drafts. That's where most of the work is drawing the faces in glass.
Ms. Commissioner, thank you for kind of going into more detail on that. Do you have thoughts on the comments regarding, the feeling of being watched or being told, we're always watching you with the eyes, and how do you have a plan for addressing that, if that's in the illumination or is that just an interpretation that some folks have?
Well, I think it's always open to that interpretation. My own experiments have been, if you shift the irises up so that the eyes are looking up, it avoids the sense that they're looking down at you.
Commissioner Anand, if I may, also during this process, we've heard some people with that feedback, and another thing we plan to do, which I believe was suggested by one of our art commissioners, Denise Stone, who was also involved in the selection process, is to add a QR code to the artwork and have a website that helps people understand and explain this, to make sure that people do understand that this was not meant to be somebody watching, but to the idea of empathy and seeing through other people's eyes.
Commissioner Nanda, thank you for that.
Mayor Finkellein, other questions before I open it up to public comment? Seeing no questions at the moment, this is a public hearing item. If a member of the public who is present at City Hall would like to speak on this item, please let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
There's none here in the commission room, Mayor.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you, Sherry. And if any person on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I like the idea of an eye looking at us. I kind of like that interpretation. Just because the cops, they are the eyes of like Big Brother or whatever. I mean, if cops, I mean, they watch us, don't they? They surveil us. So why not have some truth? You know, put a little truth in the art that we're displaying by the cop station. But other than that, I'm okay with this. But just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Mayor, this is Porter Arneal, Director of Communication and Creative Resources. A couple of people have been chatting that may not have heard my introduction, but I want to tell people that the chat is disabled for this. But I certainly will capture those chats, a couple of suggestions, and make sure that I pass those on to the artist. And or if they'd like to speak, please feel free to do so.
And is there anyone else who would like to make public comment on this item? You can either use the raise your hand feature, or you can turn on your video to indicate you wish to comment. Jane Kotita?
Hi, this is Jane Kotita, and my comment for the artist was, do you have any people that are disabled or handicapped, like blind people's eyes, or a person maybe who only has one eye, or that part of it, of humanity too?
I think that's a
Because
great
that
idea.
vision in the world is different.
And it's part of seeing through the eyes of another. That's a great idea to include.
So thank you.
I believe that's all the public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission for discussions, comments, motions. Mayor Finkel, aye. Any comments? I guess I would say that, I sometimes on the commission, you feel like you're qualified to do certain things, and sometimes you don't. And artwork is not my where I feel most qualified. But what I do appreciate about this is that it has sparked some discussion. And indeed, as people have said, I think in most cases, artwork is in the eye of the beholder, and I think this has the ability to spark conversation and also spark pleasure. And so, I'm excited about this. And Joe, thank you for your work on this.
Thank you for the opportunity.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I appreciate Mayor saying that art is in the eyes of the beholder, because the first time I looked at this, I was very concerned about, it just felt to me like a projection of surveillance. And so I'm having a hard time getting that out of my mind. And the idea of having a QR code to explain it, I think that's a good idea. However, I'm having a hard time getting past the fact that it just seems to me like this is an idea of where the police are watching us. And I don't think that sends a really good signal. I'm also very concerned about the minimal amount of community engagement that seemed to occur with this. And I know it wasn't for a lack of trying, but I would like to see much more community engagement on a project of this size before moving forward on it.
Mayor Finkel, any other comments?
Vice
Jen.
Mayor Shipley. I appreciate, Mayor, you bringing up that art is in the eye of the beholder, but also is supposed to make you think. And we can't, I don't know, some of the things I like about this are, for example, it lights up an area that's pretty dark, but that we know that runners and trail users are at. I also like the idea that in theory, the police also use that for trails and running and exercise, and they will also be seeing this art consistently. I think art is good when you can see it from different ways. So indeed, one could say, oh, well, it's about surveillance, but you could also say it's about how we're responsible to each other. We all see each other. And I guess you could even flip it and say that we're watching the police. So if you can make it do whatever you want. That's the joy of art, is that it requires that we be critical thinkers. And I just want to provide even a different viewpoint that we need to be critical thinkers, and art provides that opportunity for us.
This is Commissioner Bowling. I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and it's definitely generated some conversations, although there's not a lot of public engagement even in this meeting tonight. I'm concerned about the level of public engagement in this, and what's been communicated to me generally by the public is concern over content, which we've talked about, and cost, which we really haven't talked about. I think having an extended community conversation about this would be perhaps productive.
Vice Mayor Shipley, one thing I do think is interesting is the way the 2% is used. Certainly, someone from the community brought this up to me. Porter, could you tell us how that cost, or tell us how that is delineated?
Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. I actually reached out to Jeremy Wilmoth because I thought we might need some help understanding how that works. So I'm hoping Jeremy can help explain. My answer is that it was included in the 2019 capital improvement project budget, but beyond that, I'm not sure exactly the mechanics of all of that. So if Jeremy can help, I appreciate it.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. The belief is that this art installation will become an asset at the police facility, and thus eligible to be depreciated over time and available for public debt financing.
Commissioner Arson, just to kind of expound on that, how do you come up with the $360,000 or whatever, $380,000?
Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. As part of my job, I go through the CIP and look for eligible projects. The police facility at the time, whatever the estimated construction cost was, $340,000 was at that time the 2% equation, which then I share with the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission, and they made that recommendation to the City Commission for that budget.
Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, Porter, I'm thinking back to your presentation, and certainly I think there's a debate that for future projects could be had on the 2%, but I believe we voted on this 340,000 3, 4, 5 times, going forward. And so, I'm certainly open to the discussion going forward, but I think this one has been voted on and approved on multiple occasions. Is that true, Porter?
Yes, I agree. And also the artist contract. And, that's part of the challenge we face here, is that it has been delayed quite a long time because of the pandemic as well. So I'm sensitive to the artist who's been under contract and has only received his initial payment, and is certainly eager to get started on this and try to finish out the project before the end of the year when his contract will end. Certainly, we can extend that. I don't mean to make that, an endpoint, but that's the desire at this point.
Mayor Finkel, I'd also, on the idea of public engagement, again, I think it's an ongoing conversation we've been having about how best to have public engagement. Our traditional model of public engagement is, inviting people to meetings and having committee meetings and then inviting them to the city commission. And if we're really lucky, we get an article in the paper, which this one has had 2 articles in the paper, had a couple committee meetings as well as invitations, as well as emails. And, there might be, again, a future time to debate about whether or not our public engagement is working when we use that model, or if there's a better model to use. But I can't imagine that, if we offer another meeting or have another email address or whatever, that we're going to get any more opportunity for people to speak than we have in these variety of meetings. So, I'm comfortable that we have had the public engagement and made that offer, and I think I'm ready to proceed with this moving forward. Other comments?
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would just say, I am hearing the artist say that he's open to continuing to receive that comment and to incorporate that into the work. I feel like there is, when we're talking about art, I think about how it is, like Commissioner or Vice Mayor Shipley said, it's to bring dialogue. And I am certainly not an artist, and excuse my dog, sorry. I was a film major, and certainly people are very opinionated about that as well. And we don't get to choose that if we're asking folks to engage our community and reflect back. So I think that there's like multiple layers to those eyes. Is it's someone else's view of our city through our city's eyes, which I think is really interesting as well. So while I do think that there is a lack of public engagement for sure, I think that there is also space for letting this continue, that public engagement through the process of erecting this sculpture.
Mayor, if I may, this is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications, Creative Resources. One thing I'll say is that, again, the pandemic affected our ability to get out to the public. We tried to delay meetings for that purpose. With that said, I am so appreciative of Joe in the sense that the few people that have reached out to me with concerns and thoughts, I honestly directed them straight to Joe. And I know that Joe has been in direct communication with several members of the community for that purpose. So, yes, I wish we had well-attended meetings, that type of thing. But in lieu of that, I just honestly sent people straight to Joe and said, please talk to him, get his feedback, tell him your concerns. And he has been very open to that. So, I just want to add that, level that we did our best to address that every way we could. And anybody who reached out had access directly to the artist.
Mayor Finkelai and Joe, did I understand that you would continue to receive feedback and continue to receive eyes to be included or whatever?
I've been in touch with people as recently as yesterday, and that email address is still active if anyone wants to, or you could just look for Creative Machines online and send it through the contact my company. I'm easy to find. Anyone else who wants to talk, I'm open to it. And every suggestion has been incorporated. I mean, and no one's made unreasonable suggestions. Well, somebody wanted a water fountain. I said, well, that's up to the Parks Department. But every suggestion I listen to. It's my job as a public artist.
Mayor Finkelai, other comments? Motions?
Vice Mayor Shipley. I move to approve the concept design of the public artwork developed for the police headquarters facility as recommended by the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission.
Commissioner Nanda, second.
Mayor Finkel, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Shipley, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Before I vote, I just wanted to show appreciation for Joe, our artist that we have chosen. I really appreciate the work that you put into this, and I know you've had many discussions, I know, with the Cultural Arts Commission. And I like the concept of what you're trying to do. I just can't get past this feeling of what the eyes represent, at least to me, and what I've heard from various community members. And I am still concerned about the community engagement part. My preference would be to send it back to the Cultural Arts Commission. But since we have a motion on the floor, I'm going to say nay.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 4-1. Thank you very much, and we look forward to you continued involvement and getting this project underway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. As a general practice, the Commission will not make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. And our first work session item is the Live Well Youth Tobacco Prevention presentation. And I know there's several speakers here to make a presentation on that item, but I'm not sure who's going to lead us off.
That would be me. My name is Allison Kuntz. I'm going to share my screen here. All right. Thank you. My name is Allison Kuntz, and I'm here representing Live Well Douglas County. I am the current tobacco-free living work group chair. Also presenting a little bit later is Afton Jameson, and she is the Live Well Douglas County chair-elect. We also have some community partners to answer questions if anything might be out of the scope of Live Well Douglas County. So just a little on Live Well Douglas County. We are a volunteer coalition, so anyone can join our coalition. We have individuals, organizations, agencies, and we are primarily supported by Lawrence Douglas County Public Health and K-State Research and Extension. We really are just working to improve the health of Douglas County citizens. So that is our main goal in a variety of ways. So thank you so much for allowing us to present this evening. We've compiled some information from various cities all across the nation and are presenting some best practices to you. This is meant to be sort of an educational session and just informational, and allow you to move forward with your work.
Hey, Mayor Finkel, Allison, we all seen both your slides, like the regular slide, the next one. I don't know if you can make that to one big slide for ease.
Sorry about, oh, well, nope, not that one. That didn't help. Let's see. Let's see. Well, good times. Well, I might.
Allison, at the top, this is Porter Arneal in the City Commission room. At the top of your, right near where your cursor, yes. See if that helps. There you go. Swap. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. So we just want to kind of start out by addressing the issue at hand. So we know that 95% of all adult smokers began that behavior of smoking before the age of 21. So typically at a young age. we know that 4 out of 5 adult smokers became regular smokers, daily smokers, again, before that age of 20. And really why that is important to note is that the younger a person is when they start using tobacco, the more likely they are to become addicted. So we want to address that. We also know part of the issue is that vaping is starting to reverse some of the progress that has been made in youth tobacco use. In 1997, about 1 in 4 teens smoked. And in 2018, some progress was made and about 1 in 20 of those teens smoked. We do know right here in Kansas that in 2019, 1 in 4 Kansas high schoolers regularly used at least one tobacco product. So kind of moving in the wrong direction. And typically that one product was vapes or e-cigarettes. So those are typically youth tobacco users' product of choice. So currently we know that about 1 in 5 are using vaping and e-cigarettes. And just for your reference on this page, I want to point out, if you aren't familiar possibly with what an e-cigarette or these heated tobacco products, what they look like, this is sort of a rendition of what they look like, but essentially it's sort of like a jump drive or a storage drive, just a little bit longer. So that's just to kind of give you a little reference when we're speaking about this, what that looks like. We also know right here in our community in Douglas County, we know that youth, the average age for youth to try a vape product is 14.3 years of age. This is going to be an 8th grader, an 8th grade middle school student who turned 14 in 8th grade. We also know that about 44.3% of youth adult current e-cigarette users were never smoking before they tried those e-cigarettes. And we also know that young people who ever tried e-cigarettes in 2018 were 8 times more likely to be using cigarettes 1 year later. So for a lot of youth, e-cigarettes and vaping sort of lead into cigarettes. We also want to point out in this time where we're thinking a lot about COVID, some of those COVID-19 concerns along with vaping. So vaping is linked to substantially increased risks of COVID-19 among teenagers and young adults. And we know that of those young people who were tested for COVID-19, the research found that those who vaped were 5 to 7 times more likely to be infected than those who did not use e-cigarettes. So again, that is just pointing out those issues that COVID-19 has on the lungs and that vaping also.
Afton Jameson here. I'm the chair-elect for LiveWell. Thank you, Allison. I think she's sharing the screen, so she may have to control my slides as I speak. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit, if everybody can hear me, talk about some equity considerations and concerns that public health officials have from the tobacco industry, the tobacco products themselves. So starting here, it says tobacco companies have put a lot of money and effort into targeted marketing of youth, Black, African-American communities, individuals with mental illness, low-income communities, American Indian and Indigenous communities, and LGBTQ individuals. The result from this predatory target is that these communities are disproportionately affected by the effects of tobacco products. Dive into a little bit more of each individual community, talking about the Black and African-American community. The tobacco industry has historically targeted this community by posting ads for menthol products in Black neighborhoods and in targeted magazines. They've also been known to sponsor culturally targeted events. As a result of this, we now have 95% of Black teens who smoke use menthol, And nearly 9 in 10 Black and African American adults who smoke use menthol cigarettes. Indigenous high schoolers have the highest cigarette use rate of any other race or ethnicity. They are currently at 16.2% compared to just 5.8% overall, so over triple. And then more and 1 in 5 Indigenous adults smoke cigarettes. African American adults at 21.6% and non-Hispanic multiracial adults at 36.5% report a higher smoking prevalence than the Kansas average among all adults, which sits at 17.3. And then nearly 1 in 3 adults in Kansas that earn less than $25,000 smoke cigarettes, which is significantly higher than adults that earn $50,000 or more at 11.3%. Education levels. So this one is shocking. Kansas adults with less than a high school education have much higher rates of smoking. They're at 38.1% compared to college graduates at only 6.3%. And then mental health. 1 in 3 Kansas adults with poor mental health smoke, which is more than double the prevalence of smoking among Kansas adults with poor mental health at 15%. 1 in 4, which comes to 26.8% of Kansas adults living with a disability smoke in Kansas, which is significantly higher than the prevalence of smoking among Kansas adults living without a disability at 13.9%.
Thanks, Afton. We want to point out some environmental considerations. So we know that vapes and e-cigarettes are only used for a predetermined amount of time. So if you think back when I showed you that picture at the beginning, so the way that they're made, there's about 400 puffs or 20 to 40 cigarettes worth of vapor before they become trash. There's current research that's happening that suggests, just like the cigarette butts that you see everywhere, that you see littered in the streets and sidewalks and parks, that a lot of these e-cigarette capsules or those pods for vapes are often littered in the exact same way. So it also becomes an environmental issue. So some things that cities have done to address some of those health inequities that Afton had brought up. The Surgeon General does recommend including e-cigarettes in smoke-free policies. That is going to help maintain that current standard for clean indoor air and the potential for kind of renormalizing tobacco product use. It also helps to prevent that involuntary exposure to nicotine and other aerosolized emissions from e-cigarettes. We know that those particle concentrates from e-cigarettes are very similar to traditional cigarettes, and those e-cigarettes can help, unfortunately, to degrade that air quality, and again, puts bystanders at risk of secondhand smoke. Some of these cities have said, well, the expectation of having a clean indoor air ordinance is that the air is clean, and we can't guarantee that with vaping and e-cigarettes. So some cities have looked at adding that to their local indoor air ordinance. Some other ways to address health equity is through density and proximity limitations. So those can be limits on licenses for retail products, tobacco products. So if that's going to be proximity to youth-oriented facilities, so schools, boys and girls clubs, schools, things like that are youth-oriented, and then proximity to other tobacco retailers so that there isn't extreme density. Some cities, again, limited license for new tobacco retailers. So some of the information about that density and proximity. So having density and proximity of tobacco retailers does increase smoking behaviors, including the number of cigarettes that are smoked every day. And they're finding that this is particularly happening in neighborhoods that are experiencing poverty. We also know that density of tobacco retailers near adolescents' homes is associated with increased youth smoking rates and initiation of non-tobacco product use. And adult smokers are likely to have a harder time quitting when residential proximity to tobacco retailers is closer and density is higher. And if it's close to where you are, you're going to be able to get that a lot easier. There was a study that happened in New York and also our friend state here, Missouri, right next to us, that found there's a greater tobacco retailer density in low income and African American neighborhoods. Some of those, again, benefits to the density and proximity limitations were that policies to reduce tobacco retailer density, they've been shown to be effective. They can reduce or eliminate inequities in the location and distribution of tobacco retailers. Another thing that some cities looked at was updating their definition of a tobacco product. So again, that some cities looked at their current policies and just updated the definition. The good thing that worked out for many of these cities is that when they update this, does not preclude things that are approved by the FDA for tobacco cessation. So if someone is wanting to quit and able to use a device for that, then that is not included in this. So anyone that wants to quit with support is still able to do that.
Now we're going to cover opportunities to address health equity based on some of the statistics that I gave you in previous slides. So restricting sales to individuals under the years of 21 of age, enforcement through retailer compliance checks, and fines for retailers. Just to make it clear, no prosecution or fines for the youth, but rather just the retailers only. Here's some more benefits of the Tobacco 21 law. So other previous T21 laws that have passed in other areas shows exposure to T21 laws have yielded a 39% reduction in the odds of recently smoking in the last 30 days and 39% reduction in the odds of lifetime consumption of at least 100 cigarettes among youth from the ages of 18 to 22 who've ever tried combustible or e-cigarettes. Some opportunities to address health equity in regards to the flavor ban, which a lot of municipalities are looking into. Stats have shown that 97% of youth who use flavors, and then 77.9% of youth and 90.3% of youth adults under the age of 25 indicate that they choose to use e-cigarettes because, quote unquote, they come in flavors they like. So an evaluation of New York City's law, which prohibits the sale of all flavored tobacco, excluding menthol, which some have looked into doing, it indicated that there were benefits to it. So it had a result of the law. Youth had a 37% lower odds of ever trying flavored tobacco products and 28% lower odds of ever using any type of tobacco. Historically, menthol has been excluded from flavor bans. But to address the health equity and disparities in the tobacco use among Black and African Americans due to targeting them from tobacco companies, model ordinances are now including menthol in their flavor bans. Okay, so the Kansas State Legislature will be considering a bill to pass Tobacco 21 statewide, likely spring of 2022, to come under compliance with the federal law that passed at the end of the year of 2019. And they're doing so to continue receiving their SINAR funding. This creates an opportunity to include a local preemption for flavor bans. We do have Representative Christina Haswood, as well as the American Heart Association here. They're present this evening in this meeting, to answer any questions or concerns regarding the state legislature and what's been going on for that bill. So benefits of tobacco retailer license and compliance checks. So a review of tobacco products use among 11th and 12th graders across 14 California political jurisdictions found that youth living in just 4 jurisdictions with the strongest tobacco retailer licensing ordinances had lower odds of ever using cigarettes or e-cigs, lower odds of initiation of e-cigs at follow-up, and lower odds of past 30-day use. Looking at something a little bit closer, Columbia, Missouri, which is a similarly sized College Town in the Midwest, where Mizzou is, they passed their Tobacco 21 law in December of 2015. They then began compliance inspections in February of 2020. After starting those inspections, which were done by their health department, they saw a significant decrease in retailer violations once the checks began. So a local policy would give teeth to a state ordinance, allowing our community to have the funding to do compliance checks here. Okay, and some more equity considerations and recommendations to consider. So these are research-supported opportunities just to improve equity in the Lawrence area. So don't include laws that punish the purchaser, user, or the possessor, which are often known as PUP laws. Put the accountability on the retail business, not the clerk. Include menthol in any flavor bans. Provide an exemption for the use of tobacco for religious, spiritual, or cultural ceremony or practice. And funds from violations could be used toward improving mental health services and resources to address the underlying issues that may be associated with tobacco use and or improving cessation service to those that would like to quit. Another option is vesting enforcement authority for commercial tobacco control laws and public health or other non-police officials. And so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. This wraps up our presentation. Like I said, present with us tonight, we have various subject matter experts that may speak to specific questions or concerns that you may have, but we are happy to take those.
Mayor Finkel, thank you for that presentation. Questions from commissioners?
Yes, this is Commissioner Larson. Can I get a clarification on our ordinance about smoking inside? Does it include vaping in that ordinance, that it's not allowed inside? I thought it did, but I'm not for sure.
I'll answer that. No, to my knowledge, it currently does not. I believe that passed in 2004, and a lot of people are looking to just simply amend those previous laws with the inclusion of vaping.
Thank you.
Yeah.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, I would confirm that that is correct.
So Commissioner Larson, one more question. So there's a federal law right now in place, and you had indicated that state's looking at a potential law. How does the federal law impact in Kansas? And is it not enforceable in Kansas, the federal law?
Hi, this is Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia. We do have a federal law that was signed and made effective at the very end of 2019. It doesn't make state law ineffective. It's just a different law. The question is the enforcement mechanism of it. That is a matter for a federal agent or a federal official, U.S. Attorney's Office, to prosecute. But if the city wanted to take on prosecution of Tobacco 21 laws or handle it on a local matter, we would need a local ordinance for it.
Thank you, Maria.
This is Laura McCulloch, and I just wanted to also say that currently there is not any federal level enforcement within Lawrence or Douglas County, and there's not state level enforcement of those individuals that are buying that are between the ages of 18 and 21, because there's not currently a Tobacco 21 law for the state of Kansas. So, there would be an opportunity then, if something were to be passed, for there to be local enforcement to inspect the retailers within our city.
Mayor Finkeldye, and I don't know, I see Representative Haswood on here, but could someone talk about or clarify for me what the legislature is going to take up and the likelihood of that passage, and then what that might mean for anything we do on the local level?
Hi, this is Representative Christina Haswood here. It's so great to be here and see you all here today virtually. So with the Tobacco 21 law, I believe it's still in committee, and I think Carrie can correct me on this. I believe there was a hearing in Federal and State Committee Affairs, but it was postponed, I believe. And just wanted to give a little more background on preemption bills in the state of Kansas. There was currently about 8 tracked. In this context of preemption is kind of when the state legislature overpowers local control. There was about majority of them were public health bills that came through. 3 of them ended up passing. Most notably is, here at the city of Lawrence, we are really great leaders in the state of Kansas. I'm so proud to be a community member here, to be born and raised here. But we're also so lucky to have community members who push us to strive for change. But with that, it kind of gave us a target on our backs for something like SB 24, which was a bad energy bill. That was pretty much in direct response to the city's passing the resolution, especially the elements of the Green New Deal, where we want to take strides, but at the state level, they might want to not go forward or take some baby steps. Some of these are just some bad preemption bills. Just wanted to emphasize on that, but I think Carrie can talk a little bit more about the Fed and state bills.
Yeah, and actually that bill did come out of Fed and state. It is sitting below the line, awaiting debate by the full House chamber. The bill number is House Bill 2340. And there was a broad preemption amendment attempted in that House Federal and State Affairs Committee that was brought by the majority whip. So everyone in the caucus is taught to follow his lead. So it even carries more weight than the usual attempt, I would say. And the vote on the tobacco preemption amendment for that T21 bill that would align state law, allowing the state attorney general's office to enforce the federal law. That amendment that was brought was very broad tobacco preemption language that would virtually, disallow communities from any tobacco policy. Now, that said, we don't feel in our work, the American Heart Association's work across the nation on tobacco retail licensing issues and on flavor elimination issues, we simply have not seen like a concerted tobacco industry effort to fight tobacco retail licensing. It is a natural part of business that businesses have to have licenses to provide haircuts in a community sometimes, sell liquor. A variety of businesses have licensure requirements. So it's just not, combated the way that a flavor elimination policy is met, which is why I sent a letter to you, Mayor, and to the rest of the commissioners here supporting the recommendation that tobacco retail licensing is probably safe, quote unquote, to move forward on at this point in time. But that federal or that flavor elimination piece, that would just be a different kind of fight, and it could potentially put at risk future flavor elimination work until we get that tobacco 21 bill kind of over the line is where we're at with that. And I think it's a great starting point too, to have the conversation in your community about tobacco, especially youth prevention and the health equity components of it. And even more so than the preemption threat, I would say, because local communities shouldn't use the threats of the state legislature to prevent them from pushing forward good health policy in communities. Certainly, it's worth that fight, I think. But even more so than the preemption threat at this point in time, I think it's a good idea to have that full community outreach. I was listening to your presentation about the outreach with your art in your community and everything else. I think that same kind of outreach needs to occur within the community, especially by disproportionately affected communities before flavor elimination discussion occurs. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have. And I want to thank Representative Haswood for being here this evening as well and lending her voice to this discussion.
Mayor Finkel, so a couple follow-ups to that. And I agree that we might not want to, react to the preemption, but I guess I want to just get some parameters there. Do you think the broad amendment that was made, would that have prevented local municipalities from doing their own T21 and leave it at the state level, or would it have allowed us to do that as well?
It would virtually disallow all tobacco policy at the local level. I did run that by the Kansas Association of Counties for confirmation. However, and it did fail. So to be clear, also, the amendment did fail. It just failed by one vote. So it was a little bit closer than what we've seen in the past. But again, I really don't think the licensure issue would cause turn heads, and cause deep defensive work by the tobacco industry the way the flavors elimination piece would.
Mayor Finkel, on a related, I guess, but different question, again, you guys are the experts on this. I saw something in the newspaper about the FDA was going to make a ruling on vaping, and then they put it off. And there was a possibility, at least, that it would have some limitations on flavor and other types of vaping, but anyone who could explain that to me and when that might happen, I'd be interested in.
I cannot recall when the deadline was extended to, but their initial market applications, approval or denial of many of these flavored products was released this week. And it was met with disapproval by the American Pediatric Association. They used very strong language against the fact that it didn't go far enough. And the Heart Association similarly feels like that policy didn't go far enough, because they essentially, while it sounds like a big number that they weighed in on, it was essentially 1% of the products that are on the market currently, and leaving the biggest sellers like Juul on the market, which is another great reason and compelling argument for this to be a local control issue, that you can't wait for the federal government to do X, Y, or Z, because we can't be guaranteed with the history of tobacco in our nation that, they're going to do the right thing and protect public health, because tobacco is powerful and it kills, more people than virtually anything else preventable in this country, in your community.
Mayor, this is Sherry Reedman, the city clerk. I just want to remind everyone, if you could please, when you speak, each time you speak, state your name if you're responding to a question, and title or entity that you're representing. Thank you.
Yes, and I didn't properly designate myself earlier. My name is Carrie Rinker, and I'm with the American Heart Association. I'm their government relations director for Kansas.
Mayor Finkel, again, just so I understand, I guess what I had read earlier, I thought earlier in the week, was that the FDA had delayed making the decision. Did they later come out with a decision and it's not as good, or they still have a decision to be made? I can't.
They only made a decision on a very small. Yes, sorry. Carrie Rinker, American Heart Association. I'm the state government relations director for Kansas. They came out with a decision on just a small percentage of the products. We're still waiting. And I know Sarah Prem with the American Lung Association is present here this evening as well. And we were speaking about this earlier, so she might even have the dates in front of her as to when the full decisions will be released.
Yeah, and
Yes.
this is Kim Richter, and I'm sorry, Sarah, you go ahead.
I was going to say, this is Sarah Prem with Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition, and I do not have that date. But to echo what Carrie said, they basically didn't rule on 99% of the products.
Yeah, yes, and this is Kim Richter from KU Med. What they delayed was any decision on Juul, which controls 40% of the vape market.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for answering my questions. Are there other questions from commissioners? Mayor Finkel, while we're thinking of questions, we can go ahead and open it to public comment, and then we can bring it back for questions and discussion. So we'll go ahead and open this to public comment. If any members of the public are present at City Hall and would like to speak on this item, please let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
There's no one present in the commission room, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for letting me know that. If any member of the public on Zoom would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
Ashley Bloom.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ashley Bloom. I'm a family physician who works in East Lawrence at East Heights Family Care. And I see this as a great opportunity for us to lead the state as far as youth tobacco prevention. I see alarming numbers of increasing vape among my young patients, including teens who are in high school, as well as college-age students. And a lot of them don't even consider vaping to be true tobacco use, and that they are unaware of the future risk that this holds for future health outcomes for them. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding how this might impact our community as well from a primary care perspective.
Is there any other public comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand or turn on your video. There's no other public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission for questions and comments. This is obviously a study session, so we're just going to possibly direct staff at the end or just have a discussion, but questions or comments?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larson. I just needed a point of clarification from Carrie Rinker. You had spoke something about, and I might have gotten this completely wrong. That's why I need clarification. Something to the effect of the tobacco retail licensing would be a good thing for Lawrence to look at. Did I get that wrong?
Question directed at me, Commissioner.
Commissioner Larson, yes. Carrie, that was to you.
Okay. Carrie Rinker, American Heart Association State Government Relations Director. I had a loud car go by right when you were speaking, so I wasn't sure. But I think you were just asking about the tobacco retail licensure, whether it was a good time to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it all.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, yeah, that you had made a statement, something to that effect. And so I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. Maybe you could clarify it a little bit more for me.
Well, currently we have state tobacco retail licensure. And so your consideration of a local tobacco retail licensure would simply strengthen the ability, of your community to ensure that tobacco products are kept out of the hands of youth through your own compliance program that's been presented and suggested this evening. Currently, the state tobacco retail licensure, to give you an idea of the kind of resources that are put into that enforcement, it's not nearly strong enough. It's $25 to sell tobacco products for a 2-year license. It hasn't been raised since 1972, which is the year I was born. So I know that's a long darn time. And I like to joke that my license for having backyard chickens in Wichita, Kansas is more expensive than the retail licensure to sell deadly tobacco products in the state of Kansas. But anyway, they just do a yearly compliance check. 1 check per year is all that funding, and it certainly does not hit every tobacco retailer in the state, as evidenced by the $25 fee. Anyway, so local tobacco retail licensure efforts are a way for you to do your own compliance, keep those products out of the hands of youth. And this language, I've had a look at the language that's being discussed in your community. You would be passing the strongest tobacco retail licensure in the community. Currently, the only other 2 communities that have them in Kansas is Wichita and Newton. Newton did pass 2 years ago the model ordinance language, but it did not have the additional density restrictions that your ordinance proposes, which makes yours even better and would position you as a leader in the state in taking a stand for health and restricting youth access.
Commissioner Larson, thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that I've been probably the biggest critic on the commission of Tobacco 21 requests that we've received in the past several years. This is not a new conversation for us. I think that in the past few years, I've seen a response to that I appreciate the direction in which it's going. I appreciated the conversation around the fines for the retailers. One of my biggest concerns was, particularly folks under the age of 21 who now have a misdemeanor on their record because someone attractive or someone who, was just real kind was able to purchase alcohol who wasn't 21. And that can have a devastating rolling effect, particularly for folks, young people who are employed at a young age because they need to be. So that was a huge issue for me. And I'm grateful to hear that retailers would be the focus of any violations of that. I mean, I'm willing to accept that person is probably going to lose their job. And that may be a hard-earned lesson, but it's not going to impact them for at least the next 5 years until they could get that expunged. And that it's not going to be enforced against the purchasers as well. I do think that we've had conversations around, and this would probably apply to licensure as well. Law enforcement doesn't have the capacity to go around and do those checks or engage those checks. So ensuring that there is some kind of tie to the state for funding may be an essential piece of that. Otherwise, it would be a largely toothless piece of, ordinance from us. And then the other focus and the other concern that I have is around primary prevention. I think that there is a reciprocal life of targeting folks who are more likely to experience trauma or experience poverty or to be in poverty because those are coping mechanisms that have developed and that are, at least in certain communities, socially acceptable enough ways to cope with that trauma and that stress. So I'm pleased to hear that there is funding for primary prevention. I think that that can continue to be a larger focus. I know that the conversations around vaping is that it's not so much stress related or trauma related engagement in that, but I do still think that there is space for continuing the dialogue around prevention and primary prevention in addition to cessation. So I think that, having been the primary critic of Tobacco 21 sitting on the commission, I think that this is moving in a direction that is more palatable and that will have a more positive impact for everyone associated with any kind of regulation that comes from Tobacco 21. So thank you.
This is Laura McCulloch, and would I be able to address Commissioner Ananda's comments?
Mayor Finkelstein, Commissioner Ananda?
I would just say if I misstated anything, then I would be happy to have my statement redirected for sure.
Is it okay if I proceed with addressing her comments? Is that okay in this space?
Mayor Finkelstein, I think what you're saying is if you're correcting her on something, she'd be happy to that. Otherwise, we've closed the public comment, and so that's a question is directed at you.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Shipley, as Commissioner Ananda pointed out, this has been a long conversation, certainly before you and I got in here. I always like to, call the question. I'm looking for the ask. And I love that we're getting all this information. And I feel like when I've spoken with these advocates in the past, I knew what the ask was. And now I feel like there's a little bit of a holding pattern with what's happening federally and at the state level. I just want to make sure when I walk out of this meeting that I know what their specific ask is, and that we have a time that we're gonna discuss it. We have a direction there. So a little bit on you and your leadership, but also just making sure that we know where the direction is here.
Mayor Finkeldine, I will say I think that is a question to one of the presenters who wants to maybe clarify what the ask is. Again, you gave us several options. So what do you think is the best way that if you were pushing forward with this, that you'd like us to engage the community on? I open that to any of the speakers there.
Brad, this is Chris Tilden from Live Well, and what we've presented are a number of policy options. We have content experts who can really speak to any of those policy options. We would be, more than willing to work with staff to explore the extent to which multiple policy options would be appropriate to look at here in the city of Lawrence. I don't think we have come with specific recommendations about changing specific language to specific ordinance, but we certainly would entertain and be available to be part of those discussions.
Mayor Finkel, thank you for that, Chris. And I guess kind of my follow-up question to kind of Vice Mayor Shipley's is what would you see as, and I know it's mentioned the idea of a public engagement process. What do you see that as, and who do you see being the leader of that public engagement process? Live Well or some other tobacco-free coalition, or the city being the leader of that kind of discussion process? If you know.
This is Commissioner Larson. I would even add the health department in that potential list.
So this is Carrie Rinker with the American Heart Association State Government Relations Director. As I was sharing earlier, I don't think a ton of energy and effort needs to be placed into the community engagement on tobacco retail licensure per se. But the flavors piece is the thing that I think does require that community engagement, engaging Haskell University, engaging KU students. We've already been discussing this with Live Well Douglas County, as well as the health department, that the Heart Association would be happy to assist with that and work in partnership with you on that piece. And we see, I guess to also finish that thought, we see that passing a tobacco retail licensure lays the foundation for that discussion. I know we can also share that there are some other communities. This is an issue that's being discussed by the Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition. I am the policy committee chair with that group. And we know that other communities are keeping an eye on this discussion that you're having this evening. To consider similarly passing tobacco retail licensure in the state. The Resist Youth Chapter has designated tobacco retail licensure as a goal of theirs, for youth prevention in the state. So I'm sure they would love to speak with you more about this as well. But anyway, I hope maybe that answered your question. And just sharing that we would be happy to assist and engage in that process.
Mayor Finkel, that does help. Ms. Richard, do you have a comment on that to answer that question on engagement?
Maybe just a little bit. Kim Richter from KU Med and dweller in Douglas County, and 2 kids who vaped. I think that there are 4 options that we're asking the commission to consider. And one is the tobacco retail licensure. Another one is density and location requirements. Another one is including vaping in the clean indoor air ordinance. And then the other one is a flavor ban. And if I missed anything, then, but all of those to some extent or another would need public input. And I'll sign off and see if anybody else wants to add to that.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you. Vice Mayor Shipley, does that give you some more direction?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Shipley. Yeah. So then I guess I wonder, Mayor, is there one of those 4 things that the 5 of us can get motion on or recommendation to staff on? So for example, flavors, right? We'll just pick one. I'm hearing that that is an option for us to locally make some policy changes on. Do I hear any other commissioners who are interested in that discussion?
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'd prefer that we start with our own clean air indoor ordinance, because that's our ordinance. It could easily be updated, and it's a good place to start, I think.
This is Commissioner Arnaldo. I would agree with Commissioner Bully, starting with in our own backyard, so to speak. I also think that looking at licensure prior to flavors, it sounds like would be a process that sits more squarely within the commission without needing necessarily as much public engagement, but it would be like a soft start to public engagement if that was something that we wanted to engage in around the flavors, because I'm hearing Carrie mentioned that that would require a lot of public engagement moving forward.
Mayor Finkellein, and maybe this is a question for Tony or Maria. It would seem, to Commissioner Bully's point, that adding vaping into the indoor ban could be straightforward, but maybe a licensing program would be a little more involved or difficult. One, your thoughts on that, and 2, do we have other retail licensing schemes that this could fit as a part of, or would that be a new process here in Lawrence? I was trying to think of any local retail ordinances we have.
I'll start. City Attorney Tony Wheeler, and then Maria can chime in if she wants. I do think that amending our Clean Air Act ordinance would be fairly straightforward. As far as other retail licensed establishments, obviously those that sell alcohol are highly regulated, and we have a local license for that. Sherry Riedemann, who does a lot of our licensing, she may have others that come to mind. We have rental licensing, as you know, and those are the some that come to mind quickly.
And I'll quickly add too, in addition to that, we do have a section of the code under Chapter 9, Article 8A, that is specific to tobacco products and the sale of those to persons under the age of 18. So that would need to be addressed depending on what your direction is, but there is another place in the code where specific language pertaining to retailers and sale of tobacco is currently.
Mayor Finkellein, that was Maria Garcia, Assistant.
I'm sorry, Maria Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Thanks.
Mayor Finkellein, Sherry, did you have anything to add to that?
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I would say the closest thing we have is our cereal malt beverage and alcohol licensing. A lot of the other types of licensing, I wouldn't relate specifically to retail, although it's not, we license tree trimmers. It's not contractor licensing, but I can't think offhand of any that are really related to retail. We have taxi cab, but again, it's not that same type of retail establishment.
And Mayor Finkellein, I think I know the answer, but so I'm clear, our cereal malt beverage license includes, for example, a quick shop that sells alcohol that also might sell this product as well. Not just bars and restaurants, correct?
That's correct. There is on-premise, Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. There is on-premise and off-premise. So on-premise is obviously for consumption on-premise, but the off-premise license is primarily grocery stores and convenience stores. And there are quite a few of them. And whether they sell tobacco products as well, I can't comment on, but I think we all know that they generally do.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you.
So this is Commissioner Larson, and I don't have a problem with the recommendation of looking at least these two items, the indoor ordinance as well as the licensing. I would like to know maybe clarification from some of the commissioners as to on the tobacco licensing. Are we wanting staff to come back with an actual ordinance or just a discussion, an outline of what they see as the advantages as well as some of the pitfalls that we could encounter when trying to do something of this nature?
This is Commissioner Renda. I imagined a dialogue before an ordinance for sure. Costing and, all of this will have to be considered. So thanks for clarifying.
Mayor Finkellein, that's what I was going to say as well. I think the next step would be to consider some sort of, community engagement plan, not only, from people in the public on both sides of the actual use issue, but also possibly from retailers and others who might be impacted by such a scheme. I think keen input from all of them would be the next step. I mean, I think again we're generally supportive of some of these ideas, but figuring out the details of that I think is important. Mayor Finkellein, other thoughts, I guess, on what you would see as the next step? I mean, I asked the question about who might lead it or who how we might move forward from here. And I guess I'm interested in what commissioners think on, kind of what kind of direction we want to give staff. And if anyone on staff wants to chime in with a thought or a suggestion, I'm open to that as well.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think a draft ordinance for the indoor ban would be reasonable to come back on whatever timeline staff wants to identify. But I wonder if there's further conversation to have with others to talk about the licensure issue and then bring that back to us once some of those conversations have been had with the considerations for us.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larson. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think that just the ordinance coming back with a modified ordinance on the vaping issue, indoor issue, on the tobacco license, I would want to see just an outline or a discussion as to, how we could potentially have the ordinance. I know it seems like there might be some model ones out there at Wichita and Newton, but then also a discussion of what it would take to, as far as enforcement goes. Obviously, that would take additional inspections, staff time to do that. So I would want to see how that would impact our ability to actually enforce the law or the ordinance we're going to consider passing it.
So Mayor Finkellein, listening to that, are you thinking possibly that we direct staff to work with Live Well and the presenters here to kind of come back with something on a future agenda item? And once we have a little more clarity on that, again, kind of a broad-based, then we thereafter initiate kind of a discussion from that point? Or are we thinking the discussion now before we even see any more draft language? I'm open to either. I'm just asking a question.
I think for my purpose and what would help me out the most is to see the written discussion as to how they would envision this all rolling out if the licensures went through. So I'd prefer to have that first. And if they want to bring some draft just to take a look at it, that's fine. But I'm more interested in the discussion part as to how this would actually be enacted, and what the potentials are for cost to us, to our staff, for our staff. Commissioner Larson, and then obviously at some point we would start with the community discussions from there.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Well, I think that, I mean, I think that makes sense, going back to Vice Mayor Shipley's thought of, knowing a little bit more what's being asked, putting something out there with a little more, what's the saying, meat on the bones, as it would, I think might lead to some more discussion. And so, I guess the idea would be, the thought process here is, what I'm hearing is maybe have staff work with our presenters to bring back kind of a more focused idea process, and then put that on a future agenda, which the outcome of that discussion would be some direction for public engagement on those same topics before eventually coming back with an ordinance, if that's how the public engagement works out.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I guess that I didn't perceive the indoor air ordinance and the conversation around licensure being on the same timeline. It appeared, according to what Tony mentioned, that would be a relatively easy language fix versus the community dialogue around licensure. So I just wanted to distinguish those two, at least in my thinking.
This Commissioner Bowley, I concur with Commissioner Nanda.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Tony, I saw you turn your camera on. Did you have a comment on that process or what we're talking about?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Yes, I just requested clarification. Do you want us to return like in 3 to 4 weeks with a consideration of amending our Clean Air Act? Or do you want us to pause on that and have this discussion with the presenters tonight and come back with a proposal or some ideas on a licensing scheme? Is that what you want to focus our attention on? If you could prioritize those or clarify. And I would say that working on the licensure will take some time. So it'd probably be towards the very end of the year before we could probably bring something back on that.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Well, with that kind of caveat, I guess Commissioner Nanda's point with Commissioner Bowley was to bring back some language on the indoor vaping quicker, and then continue to work on the licensing and kind of get a framework. And I guess, Tony, my thought on the framework is, we don't need all the details when you bring it back to us, but just a kind of a framework in which we could then go to the public, get their input before bringing it back with direction on more specific work by you. Again, I know that's going to take time even to get the framework, so I'm not suggesting that has to be on the same time frame, but I just wanted to let you know what my thinking was on that. Other comments?
Larson, and I would concur with Commissioner Nanda as well as Commissioner Bowley, yourself for that matter, as to how we slice and dice this, so to speak. So,
Mayor Finkel, Vice Mayor Shipley, you okay with that process?
Yes, that's the very concrete roadmap I was looking for.
Mayor Finkel, and I guess I'll just ask one more time to Tony. Is that as concrete? Is that a concrete roadmap for you, or do you still have questions?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, no, that's very helpful. Thank you. We'll work just as you outlined it there.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Well, thank you. I look forward to this good discussion. It's a work session, so we don't take any formal action, but I think we've given the direction, and I look forward to the continued discussion. Thank you for all our presenters and all our subject matter experts here tonight. It's an important topic for us to consider. Commissioners, I think we'll take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next work session item. So let's return at 8 o'clock.
We are ready, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, aye. I am going to take roll call. I believe Commissioner Boley is having a little technical difficulty reconnecting. But we'll go ahead and take roll call, and then we'll see if he joins us. And if not, we'll go ahead and proceed with the presentation, and hopefully he'll be back in. He's trying now. So Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Ananda.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Mayor Finkel, aye, here. As I said, Commissioner Boley is trying to get back on. Porter or Sherry, if you see Commissioner Boley get back on, let us know, and we'll go ahead and include him in the roll call here. But in the meantime, we are moving to item number 2, which is a work session item on an update related to our enterprise resource planning system. And Jeremy, looks like you get to present this.
Yes, thank you. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Give me just a second here to share my screen.
Mayor Finkel, Jeremy, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you. But maybe you're just trying to get your screen shared.
Sorry about that. My screen locked up. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I was saying as I was trying to pull up the presentation, tonight is going to go over the process of how we got to where we are tonight, and then the recommendations from the project management team for options to move forward with the enterprise planning and software.
Mayor Finkel, we now have it on our screen, Jeremy, so.
Thank you. So our presentation tonight is going to go over some introductions to know who's on the call with you. Back a little bit of a background to how we got to where we are, the system selection process, current challenges, and what we anticipate the benefits of these software systems to be. And then we're going to turn it over to Tyler, who is one of the vendors that we're discussing tonight, for an introduction to their Munis program and their InterGov program, and just a general overview of their company. And then we'll throw it over to Ceridian, who is, we're looking at their Dayforce software for an introduction and overview. And then Barry Dunn will also discuss with you their involvement and the next steps in our contract process with them. And then we'll, before we get to the additional questions, we've got a few slides on the funding plan and the recommendations from the project management team. So just to get things kicked off, of course, I'm Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I've been the project manager for the city side of the enterprise resource planning replacement project. With us tonight is also Ryan Doyle with Barry Dunn, who we all selected in early 2020 to help us craft the well, and we'll get into this in more detail, but facilitate a staff engagement process to help craft an RFP, a request for proposal, to solicit vendors to help us essentially meet the challenges that we currently have with our software. So to that end, Albin Michaud is here with Tyler Technologies, and Leslie Solomon is here with Ceridian. So just a little bit of background before we get started. The enterprise resource planning system for the city of Lawrence contains primarily three components: financial management, human resources, which includes payroll and time management, and then community development. And so when we discuss financial management, we're really talking about the general ledger, which would be the backbone of our finance system, as well as accounts payable, all of the vendor checks that we write, accounts receivable, all of the revenue that we receive, purchasing, grants management, capital projects, and budgeting. In terms of human resources, along with payroll and time management, is also the official employee records for all employees, both current and retired, recruiting, training, and benefits management. And then under community development, we have land use planning, licensing and permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. So that's the crux of what we asked Barry Dunn to help us facilitate a process to find a replacement for. We're currently using Harris Enterprise product and 38 additional applications. Some of them are Excel spreadsheets. Some of them are, homegrown products that the city has used for quite some time. But the whole goal behind this project was to identify those key resources we're currently using and are having difficulty maintaining, and finding a suitable replacement where we can streamline a lot of those processes. And I think what you'll see with both Tyler and Ceridian is that they really took to heart our document that we put together and came up with some really good solutions for us moving forward. And just a reminder for the commission and the public that the RFP with Barry Dunn was issued in 2019. The city commission selected Barry Dunn in early 2020, and we got to work with them and city staff to essentially line out, what the pain points are in our current systems, where we see gaps in our ability to effectively communicate financial information as well as operational information. And we essentially boiled all of that information down into the requirements analysis that drove the request for proposal that was sent in late 2020. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but essentially 13 vendors responded to that RFP. And Barry Dunn is going to go through that selection process that we went through in just a minute. So Ryan Doyle, I believe it is your turn.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. Ryan Doyle, Senior Manager with Barry Dunn. And before I go too far, can everyone hear me okay? Thank you, Commissioner Nanda. Excellent. Well, I wanted to provide an overview of Barry Dunn and the city's work leading up to this point in time. Obviously, some additional background is provided in the staff memo that was submitted for today's work session agenda, but wanted to provide a high-level overview of some of the steps that were taken. And taking a step back for those that may need a refresher on Barry Dunn and the firm. If you're unfamiliar, I'll provide a quick overview. We've been engaged, as Jeremy mentioned, as an independent objective advisor for this process. So helping to lead the city through the process of assessing the current software environment. And when we talk about software, we're talking about really one of the core functions of back office business processes for the city of Lawrence. We're talking, as Jeremy mentioned, about the chart of accounts, about the budget. We're talking about employee files. We're talking about the public interface for permitting and land use and land management processes. So really key areas of overall city operations. So in reviewing the use of technology, it wasn't just merely a matter of looking at how technology is used, or in some instances not used, but also looking at some of the processes that are used to support it outside of technology, as well as the interface between technology, process, and policy. As a firm, we were founded in 1974. We do have a nationwide presence. Currently have over 650 employees across the United States. And the fastest growing group within Barry Dunn is actually our consulting team. And the folks that worked on this engagement with the city of Lawrence are dedicated to municipal clients. We only work with cities, towns, and counties on a day in and day out basis. So to that end, we've worked on a similar scope nationwide with over 100 different municipal organizations over the years. And before we go into some of the process, I'd really like to take a moment and say, you know, from my recollection, this is among the most inclusive and expansive project teams that I have seen for this type of engagement. So I'd really like to publicly acknowledge the hard work of the city project team that was involved in this process before we even go any further. Over the course of the past year through the pandemic, the team has really committed a lot of time above and beyond their day-to-day responsibilities, committed a lot of diligence, and really gone through a very thorough process. And I see many of those members of the project team beyond just Jeremy here on the line today. So we'd just like to publicly acknowledge the hard work of the city project management team. So taking a step into the system selection process, the first item we have identified here is ongoing project management. This is merely to identify that throughout the course of our engagement with the city of Lawrence over the last year, our team has maintained a clear and consistent line of communication, working with Jeremy and through Jeremy to reach out to a much broader audience at the city. So that's really continued on an ongoing basis throughout the course of each of these 4 phases we have identified here on the screen. The first phase of the project really involved project coordination and initiation. That was a process that really started the change management aspect of the overall engagement. This is where we started to identify who are the stakeholders that are going to be involved in this project, what are our timelines, what are some of our known constraints, and what are, most importantly, perhaps, some of the city's goals and objectives. And we'll touch upon some of those here in just a moment. Phase 2 is where we really began to roll up our sleeves and work with city staff and dive into the analysis of existing documentation, processes, procedures, and use of technology. And we'll touch upon this on the following slide, but this was really a fantastic opportunity. We were able to meet with city staff across all departments. This wasn't just a matter of meeting with finance staff or HR staff or technology staff. We met with folks from risk management, parks, police, fire, all across MSO. There was a lot of engagement from the city throughout the course of this entire process, really looking to understand how does software and how do these processes impact all departments across the city. So really looking for it to be a participatory process overall for city staff. So as Jeremy mentioned, one of the key outputs in that requirements analysis was a requirements analysis report. And that report identified the current business processes as well as some of the challenges and key areas for improvement in the future environment. So looking to improve upon what the city is doing well today and looking to fill any of those bottlenecks or gaps that might be experienced in the current environment. Are there ways in which we can improve processes or adopt new technology to be able to support future growth for the city and continued excellent service to your citizens and also to your staff? Based upon that requirements analysis report, that served as a key foundation into developing what we call functional and technical requirements. And those are detailed requirements that the 13 vendors that Jeremy mentioned responded to in their proposals when they provided proposals to the city team to consider. So we developed a request for proposal document that was inclusive of narrative questions, functional and technical requirements, as well as looking to understand not just the functionality of software systems, but also the vendor's approach to making the city successful through the implementation process and where vendors had demonstrated this in similar municipal environments previously. Coming out of that process, there was a phase of evaluating proposals, and this is outlined in much more detail in the staff memo, but this included everything from reviewing the written proposals to asking for clarifications from vendors, identifying vendors to bring in for a demonstration process, vetting what the city had seen and heard in proposals and in the demonstration process through reference checks, and ultimately leading to the identification of Tyler and Ceridian as the city's preferred vendors to which they are entering into negotiations with. So I mentioned that one of the key items overall in the initial phase, the initiation coordination phase, was identifying some of the key project goals and objectives. And I won't walk through each one of these and read each item here on the screen, but I'll sort of talk through some of the highlights for folks on the line today. Hopefully this becomes very evident in this presentation that it was an inclusive and transparent assessment procurement process. There were multiple touch points throughout the entire engagement for city staff to be engaged from early on from the planning process all the way through the selection and identification of the vendors here on the line today. This included a structured and thorough RFP process, including broad public distribution as well. One of the items that the city identified early on was we have a system that we've been using since 2009. We have 38 other systems that we're using to support that system. A lot of staff don't know what they don't know. We don't know what's available out there in more modern solutions. So one of the things that the city project team and Challenge Barry Dunn with is to educate staff on functionality available in modern solutions. So to help towards this end, we touched upon it in a couple of different ways, one of which was to facilitate some pre-RFP demonstrations with software vendors to raise awareness about what type of functionality is out there in the marketplace, what types of things might be realistic to reach for or to envision as the city looks to identify new business processes. Additionally, through that requirements development process, a lot of work and time was spent in walking city staff through what might be possible, but also setting realistic expectations about items that may be a bit of a reach for vendors in the marketplace as well. So that way we understood that, and the vendors understood as well, that the requirements were tailored appropriately. The next two bullet points about identifying business needs not currently being met and re-envisioning business processes. In that requirements analysis report, we identified 309 challenges and areas for improvement related to technology, process, and policy. So far more than I think many of us would care to go through today in a presentation, but just wanted to highlight that this was a very thorough and in-depth analysis process and largely fed by the great contributions from city staff from start to finish. When I talk about a very thorough process, the last bullet point here under the key project goals and objectives, I somewhat chuckle. In total, there were 4,572 requirements developed and included in the RFP to which the vendors responded. So this was really getting into the details of what the city's looking for in a future environment and trying to identify what portion of those requirements cities or vendors are or are not able to address through their solutions. When I talk about open and participatory process, one of the key items that we did at the beginning of the process was developed and issued an end user survey to city staff to solicit feedback and identify trends. We had 70 responses to that end user survey, which is a great response rate. And a couple key notes, I think, probably to highlight that might be of interest to the commission is, of those 70 responses, 51% of users said they were unable to effectively and efficiently access needed information on a daily basis. So there's a big gap in terms of being able to access the information that folks need to perform some of their day-to-day activities. In addition, 86% of staff that responded to the survey said they are using external or shadow systems. Microsoft Excel, Access databases, other software systems that have been purchased over the years to help supplement gaps in the current legacy system. So a lot of great input into that end user survey. That was a key input into 24 meetings that our team facilitated over 3 days with over 105 city staff attending one or more meetings. So really great participation. Again, not looking to meet by individual department, but by functional area to understand where does a process start, where does a process end, and where are some of those bottlenecks that might be experienced on a regular basis. As I touched upon, the pre-RFP demonstration process was another touch point to engage with city staff and really look to raise awareness about modern solutions, keep folks engaged and really buying into that change management process, right? The what's in it for me at the end of the day as a staff user of a software system. So looking to re-envision what the future might look like. We then moved forward into that collaborative approach of developing, reviewing the requirements for a new system. So those 4,572 requirements, those were reviewed in real time with city staff. Our team sat there virtually in a room with city staff and walked through and read aloud every single requirement with the city team to review and validate each of those requirements before it was issued in a request for proposal. So a very thorough process and a lot of city staff time and thought and effort went into this overall. And lastly, the vendor demonstration process, which we'll touch upon on the next slide as well, was another opportunity to engage with city staff and have them brought in to understand what modern solutions might look like and to provide input into the ultimate selection that the city project management team has made. On this slide here, wanted to just show graphically a little bit of the sort of cumulative approach to the process and the progressive nature of how the city went through the selection process. Again, Additional detail is available in the staff memo that was submitted along with this agenda item for tonight. But at the crux of it, 13 proposals were received in response to the request for proposal. The city project management team went through and reviewed each of those proposals from end to end and met as a committee in order to identify those vendors that they wish to bring forward for a demonstration process. 6 vendors were identified out of the 13 and brought forward to participate in structured demonstration processes, showing the strengths of their systems, showing how they might be able to address some of the challenges the city has in the current environment, speaking to their implementation approach, their company background as well, and having an opportunity to engage with city staff in a virtual environment. Following that process, the city team reconvened, identified vendors with which to move into reference checks with. This was really an opportunity to reach out to peer organizations and understand, the information that we've learned to date. Does this hold up? What is it like to live with this vendor, to sort of have an ongoing relationship with the vendor 5 years from now, once you're a regular user of the system? What might you have done differently from the get-go that we can maybe, as the city of Lawrence, build upon to have greater success in our overall implementation process? Following that reference check process, the city team reconvened, identified Ceridian and Tyler Technologies as the 2 preferred vendors, and this past May entered into the contract negotiations, which has lasted up until just last week. So it's been a very thorough process, a very engaged process with the city team.
Thank you, Ryan. Before Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director, before I turn it over to Albin with Tyler, just wanted to add to what Ryan said. When we had those meetings with the city staff and really heard what the pain points were and where the gaps in our technology were, the project management team, developed some goals that we really wanted to see accomplished with this project. And we've highlighted those here for you. I won't read them word for word, but the first one is we want to provide staff with improved access to data for increased efficiency and decision making. We want to reduce reliance on what we call system workarounds. And a really good example of a system workaround, as you all know through the audit process, is due to our current system's limitations, we can't effectively put all journals into our bank reconciliation module without a workaround. So that was one of our key areas of improvement we wanted to make sure we accomplished. We also want to make sure that the new softwares that are chosen and the vendors that are chosen are engaged with our staff and willing to put the time in to make sure that everyone is trained adequately on these new processes and how to best utilize that system. We want to make sure that we have improved online services for our citizens, our customers, and our vendors. And we also want to make sure that we're doing business process improvement to ensure that our internal services are creating efficiencies where we can. And so with that, I will turn it over to Albin Michaud with Tyler Technologies. Albin?
And thank you, Jeremy, and good evening, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Albin Michaud, and I'm a senior sales executive with Tyler Technologies, and I've been with Tyler for about 24 years, working with cities, counties, and school business offices, mainly in the Midwest region, creating long-term and meaningful ERP business partnerships. And we are very excited about the prospect of partnering with the City of Lawrence on this very important project. And my plan is to spend the next few minutes providing you with a brief overview of who we are as a company, the solutions we propose to the city, and then I'll wrap up sharing excuse me, our experience in the marketplace, both locally and regionally. And next slide, please. There we go. So at Tyler, we've been providing highly automated and efficient ERP solutions now for more than 35 years. And with over 21,000 clients, Tyler Technologies continues to be the largest software company in the US solely focused on the public sector. And the public sector software is not just what we do, it's all we do. And at Tyler, we are bringing to life our vision for connected communities, linking data and processes across departments and districts and between citizens and their government, and building a common foundation for the future through applications that will share data and integrate processes. Tyler provides enduring value and return on investment to our client partners. Last year, we generated more than $1 billion in revenue and reinvested over $90 million in the continued development and support of our end user community like the city. And this past year, we saw many challenges. This past year, we saw many challenging times for all of us. And like you, we see bright light at the end of this pandemic tunnel. And while the city's current effort of reviewing and selecting a new ERP solution has been long and challenging, the end benefits will ultimately provision the city to continue to be both a regional and national visionary for other cities to emulate. Next slide. Oh, went a little too far there, Jeremy. I think you went probably 4 slides too far.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having some latency on my system. Give me just 1 second.
I think there's 2 more.
Yeah, it's just not responding. Let's see if we are now.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So from a provider perspective, Tyler is the only vendor in the ERP marketplace that delivers an end-to-end government software solution spanning the breadth and depth of the mission critical services government entities address daily. And our solutions include financial management, courts and justice, public safety, appraisal and tax, civic services, document management, public records, and more. And all of our software applications and solutions are purpose-built, have a common look, feel, and user experience. And our products are specifically designed to work together and independently with extended functionality to grow and scale as your needs change and evolve. So there's no other vendor that can offer you this breadth of fully integrated applications. And just going to share a little bit of information here that you heard recently from Ryan and Jeremy. But before I go much further, I would also like to thank the city's evaluation committee for all the time and effort they put into this selection process. And as we just heard from Ryan, we know that many hours have been spent aggregating over 4,500 functional requirements, reviewing proposal responses, participating in numerous software demonstrations and follow-up discussions over the past year. And I'm sure it was no easy task given current employee workloads, stay-at-home orders, and other issues that we had to juggle during this crazy time. But through this process, we learned that the city has outgrown its current Harris Enterprise ERP solution. And in the interim, the city needed to add a number of third-party systems to supplement the gaps in functionality. And as we know, this creates silos of information, reporting challenges, and workflow limitations, and just plain old inefficiencies in processing. And as Jeremy just stated, the city's goals for this project are to have a more full-featured integrated solution to improve access to data and better reporting, to improve business processes to allow for better data-driven decisions, and to improve internal communications through workflow. But most important, improve your service delivery and access of information for your employees, citizens, and business owners. And we fully understand every goal and comply with every improvement. So let's talk a little bit about Tyler's proposed solution, how we can help the city meet its goals. So Tyler's ERP solution will help the city best manage core functions while providing simplified navigation, integration that improves business processes, and apps to increase staff productivity. And our Munis financial management applications will handle every aspect of your accounting, budgeting, and procurement needs. And this powerful, easy-to-use solution offers fast access to real-time data, accurate reporting, in budget forecasting, which will increase confidence in making important strategic business decisions. Additional productivity tools like automated workflow, integrated document management, and citizen-facing financial insights compound the benefits possible for your organization and its constituents. And then our EnerGov community development software will automate your governmental operations in land use planning, permitting, enforcement, case management, inspections, and licensing. And from your office computer or a screen in the field, our multidimensional building permitting software expedites planning, review, and enforcement. Mobility functionality will save processing time and benefit your stakeholders, citizens, agency, and your bottom line. And with our Socrata Open Data and Citizen Engagement Cloud, your citizens, businesses, developers, and community organizations can easily access the most up-to-date data. Our open data portal organizes it in easy-to-understand charts and graphs, putting your open data program on the path to building strong partnerships for a better community. And even though our ERP solution is comprehensive, there will always be a need for us to integrate with the city's other third-party solutions. And our proposal also includes a strategy utilizing API toolkits and connectors to better automate these interfaces, which will provide better and real-time integration. And through our evergreen philosophy, we promise to protect the city's investment as long as you are a customer. We promise to continually enhance our solutions both functionally and technologically without ever charging an upgrade fee. This is the best return on investment the city can ask for. And our products are continually enhanced through a process of perpetual upgrades. The steady stream of significant yet manageable changes is deployed with minimal disruption to your operations. And then finally, I just wanted to share our experience in the marketplace. Tyler's ERP has been selected as their chosen solution by more than 2,000 cities, counties, and school business offices around the country. And we've been averaging about 80 new selections each year for the past decade. And in fact, 30% of all US cities with a population of over 100,000 depend on Tyler's ERP solution each day.
Seems to be stuck again. Just a second.
One more.
Yeah.
There you go. So just wanted to share this list that represents our experience in implementing similar sized cities like the city of Lawrence. We have over 100 cities with a population greater than 90,000. And I just wanted to highlight those that are in Kansas and those neighboring Kansas. Cities such as the city of Wichita, Kansas, Columbia and Independence, Missouri, Tulsa and Norman, Oklahoma, Des Moines and Davenport, Iowa, Boulder and Longmont, Colorado, and among many others that have selected Tyler's ERP solution to help modernize their back office operations. And as we get more regionally focused, Tyler's ERP is being used by more than 260 clients in the Midwest. And I just wanted to share with you the list of our Kansas customers here. The city of Hayes, our very first customer in Kansas almost 20 years ago now. The city of Hutchinson, Leavenworth, Lenexa, Salina, Shawnee, Wichita, and Winfield. And our newest Kansas customer who just signed a contract this year is Topeka Public Schools. And regarding our EnerGov community development solution, it's being used by nearly 600 city and county clients. And here are some that you may recognize. Columbia, Missouri is one of the first Munis and EnerGov clients using both solutions. The City of Columbia has been a Tyler client since 2012. The city is also an early adopter of new EnerGov version releases and actively involved in the Tyler EnerGov Midwest user group. Kansas City, Missouri, another client, has been an EnerGov client since 2007 and one of our largest EnerGov clients with over 600 city staff using the software. Overland Park, Kansas, has been an EnerGov client since 2015 and one of our most active Tyler community users for EnerGov nationwide. They are also an early adopter of new EnerGov versions and often provide input for new features in future version releases of EnerGov. The city has taken a leadership role as well in the Tyler EnerGov Midwest user group and frequently hosts these meetings for other Tyler EnerGov agencies in the Midwest. And I also want to mention that EnerGov can also be found in other college towns where there are unique requirements for things like rental licensing and property maintenance. These include Iowa City, Iowa, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Bloomington, Indiana, Columbia, Missouri, and our most recent selection, Jacksonville, Florida. They are not only the largest city in Florida, but the 12th populous city in the entire country. And just to wrap up, why partner with Tyler? At the end of the day, Tyler is here to help create safe, healthy, and thriving communities. And from implementation and training to support and recognition, we offer our clients much more than software. Convenience, customization, and a sense of community are at the forefront of everything we do. We have decades of experience serving the public sector. Public sector software is not just what we do, it's all we do. And I want to thank you again for providing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. We are very much looking forward to a long-term partnership with the City of Lawrence on this very visible and important project.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Thank you, Albin. And now we will hear from Leslie Solomon with Ceridian.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. Well, I want to thank everybody for their time today, and of course, thank the city and Barry Dunn for all of their hard work throughout this evaluation. So my name is Leslie Solomon, and I'm on the public sector sales team here at Ceridian. I'm here today joined by my Vice President of Public Sector Sales, Brandon Chitt, as well as our client partner, Wesley Sprague. And we have been working with the city very diligently in this evaluation for about a year now, a little over a year, and are very excited to be at the point where we're at today, nominated as your vendor of choice and moving forward in what we hope is a very long-lasting, successful partnership with the city. So thank you very much. I was asked to provide a brief background to the city on Ceridian, as well as how our technology called Dayforce can help the city moving forward. So I'll briefly cover a handful of slides regarding these items. So as you can see, the first slide here, just to provide a little context on who Ceridian is. Ceridian is a global human capital management company with deep service bureau roots in payroll and tax dating back well over 80 years. As we have adapted and evolved to market needs, we've expanded outside of just payroll and tax, and we are now the fastest growing cloud-based human capital management provider with over 5,200 clients live on Dayforce today in over 60 different countries. We also have a very active mobile application that can be found on the Apple Store and the Google Play Store with over 1 million daily mobile sessions conducted every single day. We're also very proud to have a lot of recognition from third-party analysts, including Nucleus Research and Sierra Cedar, amongst others, and recently being named one of the highest rated HCM companies for companies with over 1,000 employees by Gartner. So that was a pretty great accreditation we got as well. And they stated that over 96% of customers are likely to recommend Dayforce. So on to the next slide, Jeremy. All right. So when the city first approached us with their RFP and we began our discussions, we quickly realized that there were a handful of key objectives and outcomes that they were looking to achieve in their search for a new software provider. Mainly, the overall goal of their project was to take advantage of the newest technologies available to them and to harness efficiencies surrounding today's needs as well as future anticipated needs for the city. Part of this included streamlining tools to effectively manage human capital management, which includes everything from recruiting and onboarding to payroll and making sure you're accurately and timely paying your employees, to time tracking and scheduling, to managing benefit enrollment and ACA, to handling all things HR related, including performance, compensation, succession, and engagement. So for sake of brevity and from a very high level standpoint, because obviously it's taken a lot to get to where we're at today, the value that we're able to offer the city is a consolidation of multiple systems that they are working in today for all of these items into a much more streamlined, efficient, and user-friendly application. And that's through our solution called Dayforce. So as you can see here, because Dayforce was built from the ground up off of a single code line and a single rules engine, we do not rely on interface systems like the city works in today to provide an end-to-end human capital management system. Instead, we provide one system with one user experience, one password, one employee record, and everything functions in real time, meaning you have access to key data and reporting in real time. So we'll highlight a few of these items here momentarily. And Jeremy, if you can move forward to the next slide, please. All right. So as you can see, we have a great list of public sector clients that we work with today, including a lot of great names like the City of Pittsburgh, Kenosha County, Milwaukee County, City of Columbus, and many others alike. We also work with Kansas City Chiefs and almost half of the NFL team now because Ceridian is so strong in payroll and tax. And we support so many different nuances around that. But Dayforce works with clients of all sizes, ranging from 100 employees to 40,000 employees. And we can do this because we have one very scalable version of our software. So our clients never outgrow Dayforce and they never have to upgrade solutions with us. All of our clients are on Dayforce, and it is a very configurable application. We also give our clients a free sandbox for the life of their partnership to test and configure in, which allows our clients to seamlessly test out unique scenarios for their organization without risk of compromising their data. So because of these things, as well as the ability to handle very complex pay and time requirements, public sector has become its own vertical with Ceridian, and we're experiencing very rapid growth in this vertical market as more and more cities are becoming very frustrated with working in very antiquated, disparate systems, much like y'all are today, that aren't user-friendly and are starting to look for a more modern approach to give their employees access to these features. If you could move forward to the next slide, Jeremy. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss a slide there? Could you go back one? Okay, sorry about that. Just a few other things to mention here really quickly. A few other really great names of who we work with: American Express, the Denver Broncos, Trader Joe's, Sephora. More recent partnerships include SHRM and even portions of Amazon's business. And then just one last thing to mention, Dayforce has a per employee per month fee structure. So we take a snapshot of our employees' headcount every month and we scale accordingly. And I think that's another reason that you see a lot of diversity in the size of clients that we work with. Again, very scalable for all those different types of organizations. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. If you could go forward to the next slide. All right, so one more, please. All right, so the City of Lawrence had many goals for the evaluation, but I've just chosen to highlight 4 of the main themes that we heard time and time again and the ways that we're going to go ahead and help with these goals. These items all directly affect everyone in your organization, from administrators to managers to employees of the City of Lawrence, and ultimately the citizens in which you all serve by allowing your staff to be more efficient with your time and giving your employees the tools and resources that they need to thrive in their day-to-day life. So the first goal that I'm going to address is a consolidation of multiple integrated systems. The city works in so many systems today, and it is extremely cumbersome for the administrative team. When taking a look at all these systems, we quickly realized that we could consolidate many of them and many of these different processes into the Dayforce solution, whether it be replacing them in phase 1 or moving forward in phase 2. By consolidating these systems, you also consolidate training, implementation, and support resources into one vendor for the project. All right, Jeremy, if you can move forward. So by consolidating all of these systems, we can help with the second item, which we heard, which was the need to significantly reduce manual and duplicated processes across the board. Dayforce's unique proposition is that we have a single system of record, meaning you have no duplicate entry in Dayforce. So from the moment an employee onboards, all of their information is instantly populated to their employee record upon hire, and so on and so forth as they become an employee. Employees, managers, and administrators have a single user experience with one password and one URL to go to for all of their work life information. And Dayforce will provide your team with unlimited workflows to support these internal processes. We have, arguably some of the most configurable workflows on the market. In addition to enhanced self-service features and capabilities like fillable forms, e-learning, access to earning statements, time away, and more. So so you can see below a few of the really great operational outcomes and some of those statistics there that we typically see our clients gain from implementing Dayforce. And that's just a few to highlight. So moving forward to the next slide. All right, so the third theme that we heard was the need to automate data sharing between your human capital management system and third parties that you will continue to use. And we can accomplish this in a variety of ways, including APIs and flat file feeds, as well as pre-built integrations that we have through programs like our Dayforce Software Partner Program and our Dayforce Link program, which consist of over 1,400 pre-certified integrations that we have to major benefit carriers and other software providers. And this can significantly reduce the time spent building out these feeds throughout implementation. Our Dayforce Developer Network is free to your team to explore building out integrations with Dayforce, and we have pre-scoped the building of your carrier feeds as well as your other major integrations into this project, including integrating into your accounting software with Tyler as part of the package as well. These exports can happen in whatever frequency you choose, and we have assigned GL consultants and specialists, subject matter experts in these areas to help assist in that process. If you could move forward to the next slide, please. So last but not least, I wanted to touch on the fourth theme that we heard from your team, which was having better access to data. When you're working in multiple integrated systems that aren't talking in real time, you have limited access to data, as well as the inability to blend and modify the data that you have without a lot of manual intervention. And you certainly have lack of real-time access. So with Dayforce, we offer over 300 pre-built reports that can easily be modified along with ad hoc reporting capabilities. So you can report on any key metric for your organization that you're looking to track. This will give your managers and your executive team the information that they need to make the right decisions at the right time. Along with these reports, we have dashboard quick views that can easily be exported to PowerPoint for your convenience. So everything in Dayforce is date and time stamped, and you can even audit down to the employee level in Dayforce. The beauty of Dayforce moving forward for the city is that you will have real-time access to your data. You'll have the ability to blend all of those reports from any area of the human capital management system. So payroll, time and attendance, benefits, and talent management all talk in real time. You can also schedule your reports to run at your convenience and be delivered to you in whatever fashion you choose. And security will always follow the user in Dayforce, so you can ensure that all of that information, private information, is protected and remains private. In addition, we offer OData capabilities to our clients, which we often see being used by individuals really much like yourselves, who may not need to be in Dayforce, on a daily basis, but still needs access to reporting, where you can link Dayforce to an Excel spreadsheet on your desktop, hit refresh, and easily have access to the latest and greatest data. So there's so many different ways in Dayforce to get the data that you need. Searching for and sorting bad data is really going to be a thing of the past for you moving forward. And you'll know that you have access to all the data you need when you need it. So really, in closing, the last thing that I just wanted to mention was that we have multiple options to train employees on Dayforce, including e-learning, instructor-led learning, on-site training. We have a whole org readiness toolkit that we give to you to use. We've included our Ceridian-led consulting services, where we analyze and simplify your existing processes up front prior to even starting that implementation process, as well as a whole change management plan tailored to your organization with clearly defined roles and responsibilities to ensure this project stays on track. So the project is very closely managed. And, again, I just want to thank the city for choosing Ceridian as your partner in human capital management. We're very confident that we can provide you all with a solution that will truly make work-life better for your employees. And we look forward to working with your team moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. Jeremy Whelan, Finance Director. We're going to hold questions to the end. Sorry, I'm having some latency with my PowerPoint here. There we go. Okay, now Jeremy Whelan, Finance Director. I'll invite Ryan Doyle back with Barry Dunn to talk about the project moving forward.
Thank you, Jeremy. Ryan Doyle, Senior Manager with Barry Dunn. So you probably hear from myself and Albin and Leslie, a lot of excitement about this project, and we're thrilled about the potential to continue our work alongside the city. This is a very exciting initiative for the city. Quite the project and the work effort laying in front of city staff, but something that we look forward to being involved in. We feel as though we bring the right mix of project management, business process analysis, and technical perspective to the table to help support the city. So throughout the implementation process, we've proposed to serve as the project manager for the city. So we'll bring our prior implementation, local government experience to provide a forward-looking perspective, looking to adopt proven approaches to reduce risk and promote the achievement of the city's goals and objectives. So we'll be helping to ensure that the city project management team stays focused, tasks are completed on schedule, and the project stays on track, and looking to identify project risks and developing mitigation strategies, and trying to do so in a proactive manner right from the beginning of the project, and assigning key activities to mitigate or resolve project risks, and communicating those between the city as well as vendor staff project teams. In terms of leading and coordinating the vendor activities, we'll help by facilitating the gathering and sharing of any technical or business process information requested by either vendor. This extends all the way from business process workflows to data conversion processes, current state analysis, and integration planning as well. So one of the very first tasks that we've proposed engaging with the city on is initiating an implementation project planning activity that includes development of a project charter that really sets forth the groundwork for the overall project between Tyler and Ceridian and the city of Lawrence. So that includes developing a change management plan that talks about organizational change management, looking at the individual level of change, as well as planning for change across the entire city and where that is going to impact individuals and departments. That's going to include identifying a stakeholder register to understand who's going to be involved on the day in, day out, and what the roles and responsibilities are going to be. Particularly important as we think about the overlap between the phases, between the vendors that might occur at certain touch points, and trying to find that right balance of city time to spend on day-to-day activities as well as the implementation process. Identifying a communication plan to understand the right touch points and the frequency and the level of communication for affected end users, as well as for perhaps city manager, as well as commissioners as well, understanding what the level of communication will be and charting a path for that. So that way we have a clear plan for keeping all stakeholders apprised of forward progress on the project. As I mentioned, identifying a risk and issues register to make sure that we are tracking proactively on each of those items. And of course, coming up with status report templates. So that way we are staying engaged and documenting the progress of the project, as well as key decision points and any upcoming activities and major milestones that have been accomplished as well. I think with that, I will heed the podium, the virtual podium, back to Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. So to sum up, essentially what you've heard, the project management team has several recommendations that I would like to share with you. The first of which would be to enter into a contract with Barry Dunn to provide implementation project management services. The scope of work is $688,000. We would also recommend entering into a contract with Ceridian for the HR, the human resources management systems piece of the enterprise resource planning software. The annual fees, meaning those fees that we'll pay year over year throughout the contract, are $305,000, and the one-time fees for implementation is $653,000. We also are recommending entering into a contract with Tyler for Munis and Intergov. The annual fees for that access to that software is $599,000, and the one-time implementation costs and fees for those softwares and converting our data to those softwares is $1.97 million. In addition to those contracts, the project management team is also recommending that we set aside $260,000 for temporary staff support in the finance department to help with the implementation, programming, and testing of the new system. Quite frankly, we'll be doing an audit, a budget, the strategic plan update, the capital improvement plan, and this implementation all at the same time. And so the finance staff is going to need some temporary support to help us navigate those waters. In addition to that, the information technology department is requesting $350,000, which would get us a project manager and a business systems analyst that would first start with the implementation of this project. That project manager would then move on to other projects that the city has currently underway or will have or needs to start into the future. And the business systems analyst would then take over the ongoing maintenance of at least one of the portions of the system that we're buying or recommending to buy tonight. And then finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the project contingency. We've got that currently slated at 20%. Really, with a project of this size and the type of investment that we're talking about, we want to make sure that we have an adequate resource for any of those things that we have not yet been able to identify and won't be able to identify until we're into the project. We don't want to get into a situation where we've started to implement the new software and something happens and we have to stop everything because we don't have adequate funding. So the Project Management Institute recommends as a best practice that we set aside 20 to 30% of the project cost for contingency when we have as many variables as we have and when we have as many unknowns about potential outcome. And so the project management team is recommending a 20% project contingency for this project. And so to talk just a little bit about the investment plan, if you all are generally agreeable to this plan, the first thing we would need to do would be to amend the current year capital improvement plan to include this project, because it obviously was not included when the 2021 capital improvement plan was adopted last year. We would also need to adopt a charter ordinance so that the data that the city owns would be considered an intangible asset. That's important because that's essentially what we'll be financing for these upfront costs, is the value of that data. The next thing we will be discussing in pretty short order is entering into an agreement with US Bank to do a private placement for the temporary note. Essentially, there's two options. One is a private placement and one is a public issuance. With the interest rates where they are right now, we're not as concerned about investment risk, meaning one bank offering a substantially higher or lower interest rate than another. And so by doing a private placement, we really can utilize two things. One, it will be cheaper to issue because we won't have some of those costs that are required with a public issuance. And two, we would have access to those funds more readily. We could have that sale, as you've seen in the staff report, by the end of October, whereas with a public sale, that would most likely be the middle of November or December, depending on when we get the timing worked out. And so then lastly, what's currently in the 2022 budget that was just adopted is funds sufficient to pay the debt service for this these upfront costs that will be financed, and most of the funds necessary for the software fees. But we will have to increase our 2023 budget to cover, I believe it was $162,000 of the annual software fees. So that will be programmed into the internal service fund for 2023, so that each of the various segments of our organization can pay their allocable share. I believe that is our presentation. So I will stop sharing now and turn it back over to the man. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldye, thank you all for that good presentation. I can see why both Albin and Leslie are senior sales associates. They do a great job in selling the projects there. I'm pretty excited about it. But what questions does commissioners have? Go ahead.
Commissioner Larson, I'll start out with just a couple of questions that I have and maybe follow up a little bit later with some more. So will this software allow us to enhance our ability to do job costing, to truly understand what an item or a job costs?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, there is a module that we're purchasing within Munis that will help with job costing and also grant allocation.
Okay, that's great. I'm really glad to hear that. Commissioner Larson again, will this software, as well as the ongoing program for it, will this help mitigate the issues raised in our recent audits?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, we know directly it will mitigate the ongoing internal control issue over journal entry administration, as there won't be a need to manually manipulate journal entries before they're posted. So that in and of itself will eliminate one issue. A lot of the other issues that we have around year-end reporting are really due to lag in business process time. And so as we get into the implementation phase and the change management phase of this project, we're very hopeful that these new softwares will help us increase our efficiency and our responsiveness, which then in turn will help reduce those concerns from the auditors about timeliness of year-end postings.
Okay, thank you. And one final question, I'll let others step in. The contracts for Ceridian and Tyler, how long are those contracts?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. The initial term is 5 years.
So is the price set for 5 years, the yearly price set for 5 years?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, the initial term is set for 5 years. I believe that one or both of them have indicated that if we renew for another 5 years, there would be a price increase, but then that price would also then again be locked in either for the whole term or for part of that term upon that renewal.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for right now. I might have I'll have a few more later.
This is Commissioner Nanda. My question is how do you see this influencing priority-based budgeting, making it easier, making it more complex, or even having modules integrated that would directly feed into, a report based on our priority-based budgeting?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I think one of the challenges we have with priority-based budgeting right now is that it's incongruent with our current finance system, meaning we pretty much have to wait till it's over and then report on the results because we don't record transactions at that level. By moving to Munis, we're going to set up our chart of accounts in a way that we believe we can report in real time on the priority-based budgeting components, as well as the other reporting requirements that we have.
Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Commissioner Bowling. How will this change our capital improvement planning and maintenance planning and the VERP and the reporting on that?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We currently utilize a software called Planet, I believe, that is pretty much an Access database that's been enhanced by the software company. We believe by rolling that into the Munis product and utilizing their software, one, it will integrate directly into the financials, so the annual report will be much easier to compile. And two, the data will flow through our system rather than being pulled out and then presented separately as it is currently.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I have one more question. How do you see, the multiple other programs that we use right now currently that we won't necessarily have to use, will there be any savings associated with ceasing relationships with those companies?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes. One of the challenges that any organization has when they make software changes is, what do you do with the data? And so I'm not going to commit today that every single software we're currently using on January 1st, 2023, we're just going to stop using. There obviously will be a tail down period, if you will. But our hope is that those softwares that we use day in and day out, all of that data will convert to the new system, and there won't be the need to have that legacy data stored in that software anymore. Part of the project management team's responsibility will be determining what do we do with that old data that doesn't get converted into the new system, but we're no longer using for ongoing operations. And I don't want to get too far out of my depth here. That's really more of the information technology department, but essentially we can create data warehouses so that we can get to that data ourselves without having a third-party software interface. So I will say there will be savings over time. I just don't believe it'll be in the same year that we implement this new software.
Mayor Finkel, a couple follow-up questions. One is on that topic, which is, I think Harris is our current system. What's our annual fee that we pay now on that?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I'll have to get that for you. There's various components to that. I believe it's around $30,000 to $35,000, but that is for their legacy system.
Mayor Finkel, yeah, we at the law firm we had a legacy system which we weren't paying very much for, and we got everything we paid for. And so we recently changed, and it makes a huge difference. A few other, I guess, kind of specific questions. Checking my notes here. So of the 38 workarounds we mentioned at the beginning identified, do we think all 38 will be gone, or do we think a few will have to be legacy?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Part of the project management team's role is working with Barry Dunn is going to be change management, and a key component to change management for any organization is recognizing the safety net, if you will, of current practices, and then encouraging and helping the workforce to understand the benefit of the new. So again, much like the legacy software, I don't know that day one we're going to just completely stop doing 38 things outside of the system. But our hope is that over time we'll recognize the efficiencies inside the software, and we'll address those through our change management policies within the organization.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I certainly understand, like you said, change is the biggest issue with any software conversion. Just out of curiosity, I noticed on one of the slides that Tyler, the city of Winfield used Tyler. Jeremy, wasn't that where you were at before? Did you use Tyler when you were there, or was that came after the fact?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, the city of Winfield, where I was city manager previously, did use a Tyler product as well.
Mayor Finkel, and I hope you had a good experience with that.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I've actually used Tyler in several locations where I've been, the city of Raytown, the city of Winfield. And yes, I've had a good personal experience, but I do want to, I need to say this publicly. None of those prior experiences influenced, my decision-making on the project management team in the evaluation of the 13 proposals.
Mayor Finkel, I appreciate that, but I also appreciate the fact that you, as our CFO, have used it before. So I think there's a benefit there, even if intangible. Back on your slide on the payment, how much did you talked about amending the CIP to add the 4.72 million because we did not have it in the 2021 budget. Did we have that in the 2022 CIP, or did we not have any? I thought we had a placeholder in for some of that.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We currently have in the 2022 CIP 2.5 million. We chose just to leave that alone because we knew that this project was in the works while we were going through that budget process. So we'll be amending the 2022 CIP next year as well to remove that project.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you on that. I did notice in the report that there was a particular advantage maybe to Tyler as it relates to community development. And I just wondered very briefly what sort of additional features made that an evident point to put into the report, because obviously community development is something we're all pretty interested in besides finance.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Before I try to answer that, I'm going to wait and see if maybe Brandon is on this call. Didn't see. Brandon Thorngate with Community Development was the member of our project management team that spearheaded this side for obvious reason, his expertise. But from what I recall of the discussions that the project management team had, they really liked the mobile application and the possibilities that afforded their staff in terms of real-time access to the data while they're on the road, rather than having to come back and upload or download to a device. They really liked that functionality. I believe they also really liked, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the public-facing portal for citizens, for customers, and for vendors. And so I believe not what sealed the deal, the proposal, the demonstration, but also discussing some of those other cities, that have implemented and are currently using Intergov, really helped the project management team solidify that this was the right approach for our city as well.
Mayor Finkeldei, so I guess it'd be true to say that contractors, developers who work regionally probably have, some of them at least, would have familiarity with the citizen side of that community development project.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director, presuming that they do work in those cities that are using Intergov, I would say that's probably true.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. I could see that being a big benefit too, to have some, overlap there. And let's see. The one last question I had was maybe similar to Commissioner Hernandez, but we just had some comments on the budget about the use of the citizens and how they interact with our budget and that interface. Will this project replace that budgeting tool for citizens to interact with our budget?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. So we're currently using OpenGov, and Tyler does have a product that they offer. The cost is very similar to what we're paying OpenGov. And so the project management team determined that as we get into implementation, that's the most appropriate time to compare the two in a side-by-side comparison, and then make a recommendation at that time as to whether to stay with OpenGov or to convert to Tyler's open budget platform.
Mayor Finkeldei, well, that certainly makes sense, but I certainly hope we make that evaluation to see which product, obviously has advantages and which one might be more user-friendly to the public. I think that's all my questions for now. Other questions before we open it to public comment?
Yeah, I got just a couple more. Sorry about it. Commissioner Larson, sorry about that. So the bonding on this project, will it include all the expenses that you showed on that one slide? I think it added up to about $4.72 million with upfront costs.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, that's our current plan. What I will say is we're also reviewing cash on hand to see if we can winnow what we need to borrow. But when we present that to you, we'll obviously have that all spelled out in the staff memo, how much we're borrowing, how much we're using on cash on hand. And that will obviously change the term sheet, but we wanted to get you what we did as a pro forma, just so that you can kind of see the ballpark that we're in.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got.
Mayor Finkeldei, Sherry, is there anyone in the City Hall?
No, there's not.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item and they're on Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Obviously, we're kind of discussing where we're going to go from here, and Jeremy had laid out a couple action items in the coming weeks. But I guess, Jeremy, you're looking to make sure we're not putting the brakes on anything or any major
Jeremy
issues?
Wells, Finance Director. Yes, rather than roll these out contract by contract and then, for lack of a better term, spring the temporary note on you, I really felt it was more prudent, because this project is multifaceted. impacts so much of our organization to take the time to go just step by step through it. And so while this is a work session, obviously there'll be no vote. If you're generally accepting of the ideas and the timeline that we have spelled out in the staff report is what we'll go with, that should contracts are still in review with the city attorney, but should they all be approved, we would expect to see those on the agenda next week. If there's any delay, then it may be pushed to the first meeting in October, but we need to get moving on the financing if we want to get that component wrapped up in time for this project. So really that was the project management team's concern, was just making sure that generally you're accepting of the concept and the proposals, and then we'll start presenting them to you on the agenda.
Mayor Finkel, I appreciate that. With that lead in, comments from commissioners.
This is Commissioner Boley, and I'm trying to remember when I first heard about this project. I think it was about 5 years ago. I think we put some money in the 2017 budget in the CIP for the first bit of money on that. And I'm pleased that we've made it to this point, because it's so critical for the future of efficient and effective processes for our government. It's a significant investment that we're making, but we can't make progress in so many areas without doing this. So I support what you're doing, and I am concerned about all sorts of things going forward, but I think we've got to take the risks.
Vice Mayor Shibley, I concur with Commissioner Boley, and when I hear, the 38 workarounds and all that stuff, and that we'll fix it over time, since I've somehow become the timekeeper, it would be nice to know, will it be 2 years that we can expect the kind of efficiencies that people have been asking us for, and that we've certainly Commissioner Boley has been looking for? I understand that it's over time, but also as a huge investment as this is, and just as a taxpayer, I would like to know, when will we see the clear data, the results, and all the things that were being promised? Jeremy, in your experience with these companies, what would you hope for?
Jeremy Wilman, Finance Director. So I want to make sure that I'm as clear as I can be. I don't want to set up false expectations. The majority of the 38 will be cleaned up with software that does not require a workaround. There will be some, though, however, that like tradition. They like the way they currently do things. And so even though the software may actually provide a better solution, they'll continue to use the system they're familiar with. And that's where the change management team is going to be very instrumental in working on changing culture. The Munis product will go live, and the Ceridian product will go live January of 2023. Training and all that will occur prior to 2023. There will be some, hiccups and some headaches along the way. That always happens. But I would expect by June of 2023 that we really have a handle on the software and the abilities, reporting timely information to the public and to you all. So we're very excited about those prospects because we don't have that currently. The quarterly report that I put together for you takes about 2.5 weeks to put together. The annual CIP report that we'll be presenting in a few weeks, we started on that in March. So these are just very long, time-consuming manual processes, and that efficiency we expect to see immediately. There will be some residual, some hang-ons, if you will, that will take a little bit more time. And so, I have been involved with a lot of these projects, and I think that to the extent we allow that grace to the staff to come alongside us rather than, really try to make some dramatic changes without their input, we're going to be far more successful. And so that's why I don't want to commit and say day one, all these things are going to stop. We will see them stop over time. The majority of them will stop simply because no one wants to do them. It's just the only way to get our work done currently. So hopefully that helps answer that. The InterGov product will go live in June of 2023. So it will be around the end of the year that we'd really start to see the efficiencies as staff, gets into their stride with that software.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I appreciate all the work that's been put into this. But I do agree that we need to get going on resolving these issues within our finance. We need to get our financial house in order. Essentially, we've struggled with it obviously for a few years, and it's time that we actually do something hard to actually make progress. But I have to admit, I'm really concerned about the cost. I find it was much more staggering than I thought it would be. That's for sure. And so I'm going to really be watching the cost as the costs come in for this, especially the allocation of 20% contingency. That seems really high to me for a project. From my experience with projects, that seems very high. So I'm not expecting any cost overruns at all. That's going to be what I'm going to be looking for, and what I'm going to kind of push back on, that we get this job done with the budget that you proposed for us. So that's where I'm going to be coming from on this.
Mayor Finkel, I would start by saying I'm very supportive of the direction you're going, Jeremy, and the team. I kind of mentioned it on a much, much smaller scale. With our 50 employees in the last 2 years, we've been working on a law firm, basically management system plan, and we hired a consultant, and we selected products, and we tried to implement those products, and we've had a lot of resistance to change, and we've seen some benefits and some, still struggles on that. And, it is but I think the overall impact to our law firm is positive now and will be even greater later. And I see, of course, a lot of the same things here, even when you're not talking about fixing deficiencies. Again, the sharing of information allows things that aren't currently a deficiency just to be done better. And so I think we're going to see a lot of improvement in lots of areas because of improved technology. I mean, anytime you're counting on a 2009 software product that you're paying $35,000 a year to upkeep, you're going to see efficiencies. And I certainly appreciated both the presentations tonight and the way they work with other cities. So I certainly think we'll see a big increase, not only internally, but I was very excited to hear about how the public might interact with this, public being citizens, as well as public being users of our system. We didn't even talk about some of the code compliance and rental registration and some of those things that this also are going to do. I think this will touch so much of our organization. I'd also say, the HR product, now butcher how you say that word, but it's only a little over $300 an employee per year. That is very reasonable. And even the enterprise, the entire project of not about 900,000 a year is a little more than $1,000 an employee, assuming we have around 888 employees or 900 employees. It's about $1,000 an employee, which again, for those sort of systems, given the size of operation, certainly it's a big number, but it really breaks down to a pretty reasonable amount when we look at it that way. And I can tell you, I've looked at lots of similar type systems, and the cost per employee is definitely reasonable in this case. So I feel good about that. It's a big number for sure, but we're also a big operation, and we need to move forward with that. And then lastly, I'd say, if again, we all want to, and various members have said this, look at our strategic plan. We have a priority-based budgeting says we're going to invest in our strategic plan, and that includes sound fiscal stewardship, check the box, engage and empower teams, the usefulness to our employees to have mobile ability to have all of their work, their scheduling and all of that in one place, benefits, hours, payroll. That's a great improvement for our employees. So engaged, empowered teams. Obviously, efficient and effective process is easy. And then I'm certainly hopeful, and I can't wait to see some of the ways this might help us in community engagement, both with the budget, with things like rental and assistance and community development and the rest. So I think it checks so many boxes of our strategic plan. And as Commissioner Boley said, we've been working on this a long time. Big number, but a number we need to do to move into the into the years to come. So I certainly support this going forward. Any other comments on this item? Jeremy, do you need anything else from us?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. No, thank you all very much for your time and your feedback tonight. I also just want to reiterate that, while I'm the one making the presentation tonight, it's been a real team effort. And so I'm very appreciative of all the departments that have stepped up and realized that we need to make this investment and have given of their time and talents as well. So thank you to them, and thank you to you all.
Mayor Finkel, thank you, Jeremy, and thank you for everyone who came to present tonight. Appreciate that. Now it looks like we move on to commission items. Any commission items? Vice Mayor Shipley, do you want to say anything about the great announcement today that you were at? I think it's a.
I guess I could. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Shipley. Berry Global has announced a great expansion of their premises. Oh, I hope my internet's stable. In addition to a considerable capital investment, 84 jobs definitely will be added to our city. And that's really incredible for us. And it's very exciting, certainly during a time where other places are finding it hard to find jobs. So we're quite lucky, and I appreciate this. Very, very fortunate to be able to go to that announcement and see all our partners that were there that worked so hard, including staff and the chamber, to bring that here to this community. Incredible.
Mayor Finkel, and I'd only echo not only the new jobs, but when there's 800 jobs already existing. So by investing $61 million in this plant, it really secures the future of those 800 jobs plus the 885. If they would have selected another city, not only would we knock out the new jobs, but there could have been a risk to the current jobs we have. So a big win, and thank you for covering that for me today.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. At the last meeting, you all discussed the commission representative on the CJCC, since Commissioner Ananda is no longer able to do that, and that you would discuss it this week.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for bringing that back up. I know Commissioner Larson, were you able to attend this last meeting?
Yes, Commissioner Larson, I was. It was this morning at 11 o'clock, and I had the opportunity to zoom into that and to listen to what they I've said they've actually obviously made a ton of progress since I've been on there. So it was very enlightening, that's for sure.
Mayor Finkeldine, I guess I'm not used to know the process about how we talk about filling a position in the middle. Maybe others are interested. I mean, I'm
Vice Mayor Shipley, I just want to verify perhaps what number of boards we're all on. That might have, we haven't talked about it in a few months. So if maybe some of us are on fewer boards than others, that might be a consideration.
Mayor Finkeldine, I'm trying to think of how many boards I'm on. Library board and the BTBC board, and then the MPO. So I think I'm on 3.
Commissioner Larson, are you also on the Sister Cities?
Nope,
Is that
that's
there? Oh,
Vice Mayor
you-
Shipley, that's me. I'm MPO and Sister Cities.
Commissioner Bowley, DMI and Explore Lawrence.
Commissioner Larson, I'm on the Peasley and the EDC. I believe those are the 2. I think. Can't think of another. Is there another one?
Mayor Finkeldine, and obviously Commissioner Anand is not going to add board. So I think we're all on a couple boards. So I'm certainly willing to defer that time for me at this late stage. I can't really block off Tuesdays during the day for that. I have other things scheduled. So I would defer to anyone who's interested.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I guess maybe one of something that Commissioner Ananda mentioned was the subcommittee she's on. Is there clarification on that? Will they find someone else, or how does that play out? Do we know?
This is Commissioner Ananda. That's a voluntary subcommittee. I do hope that there is a city representative on that group. Frequently, law enforcement from LPD will be part of those meetings sometimes when we're talking about the disparate contact data or something like that. But to have a regular city member in that subcommittee may be useful. I will say their meetings are not static, so it's generally a dialogue at the end of the meeting for what will work for folks, because there are a multitude of professions represented there as well as community members. So I think that may or may not work for whoever goes onto the board.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I'm definitely interested in continuing if other commissioners aren't interested.
Commissioner Ananda, can you remind me the name of that subcommittee?
This is Commissioner Ananda, Racial and Ethnic Disparities Work Group. There are several subcommittees through the CJCC. I think that there's probably one for anyone's interest area. I think that because we're directly contracting with Northeastern to discuss the disparate contact study, that may be a space in which it may be more helpful, but there are plenty of subcommittees to choose from, I'll say, on the CJCC.
Mayor Finkeldine, could one commissioner be on the subcommittee and one be on the CJCC, or are those subcommittees made up of CJCC members?
This is Commissioner Ananda. There is at least one CJCC member in each of those subcommittees who chairs. I believe that they preferred to have a CJCC member chairing that. I was chairing that previously. I'm trying to think of CJCC members. I think that there is more than one in that group, so I don't think it's a necessity for my replacement to be in that group. So I don't know if I think that answers your question, Mayor.
Well, Mayor Finkeldine, I guess I was asking if, for example, Lisa was on the CJCC, could Courtney serve on that committee?
Okay. Well, this is Commissioner Anand again. I think that yes, but Vice Mayor would not be able to chair that committee or serve, any kind of executive role as a non-CJCC member.
Vice Mayor Shipley, well, what is it? September, October, November, December. We're 3 months away from reallocating our roles on the different boards. Maybe a good question for Commissioner. Do you feel comfortable in that subcommittee if they have asked you to be in that subcommittee? Sorry, Commissioner Larson.
Yeah, Commissioner Ross, I didn't know who you were talking to exactly. Nobody's asked. And like I said, today was my first one, and definitely for sure not chairing it at this point. Obviously, I think it takes some history, understanding the history of what's going on with the whole project. So being on the subcommittee, I would have no problem with that.
This is Commissioner Nadi. You could probably email Mike Brower to have a conversation. Yeah. Looks like.
Commissioner Larson, I think he's leaving. He's going to Johnson County, so he's almost out the door, basically. So they are, yeah. So probably talk to Pam Wiegand. Probably talk to Pam.
Mayor Finkelheimer, well, that's a piece of news I had not heard. But I mean, Vice Mayor Shipley, to your point, I mean, assuming that the meeting is typically the second Tuesday of the month, really we just have October and November. And typically around the first meeting of December, we would be talking about committees again. And so we would have a possibility to coordinate there.
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. Typically you do that in January. So there'd be 3 meetings.
Mayor Finkelheimer, as always, thank you, Sherry, for keeping us straight.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Do we need a motion or anything for Commissioner Larson to do that? I'm seeing a note from
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. Historically, you haven't made a motion to do this. It's just everyone has agreed to take certain positions, and we've just noted it in the minutes.
Well, I do appreciate Commissioner Nanda again. I do appreciate it, Commissioner Larson. I hate to give that up, but I think that you'll be an excellent representative in that group, and I look forward to y'all continuing the good work that's happening at the CJ. So thank you.
Mayor Finkelheimer. Okay, any other commission items, I guess? See none, city manager report.
Good evening. There's only 2 items on the city manager's report. One is the agenda of the future items work session. The other, I just will highlight that we did have a pretty significant North Lawrence water supply line rupture last winter, and we've been looking at different options to either repair or replace that. And we're making a recommendation here that we do a lining of that pipe that will be both economical but also quick for us to get to that supply. And then there's a lot of information in the report that talks about kind of the long-term plan and the history or the future that we eventually will work towards. But wanted to update you on that pretty significant service line. Happy to answer any questions on either item.
Mayor Finkelheimer, other questions on either of those items? So it is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on those 2 items, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no public comment.
Mayor Finkelheimer, bringing it back to the commission, I will just say, I mean, obviously the no Florence line was the big issue, and appreciate the work on staff and analyzing the the issues and getting that resolved. So appreciate that. I think that takes us to calendar items. Any issues on the calendar? See nothing on the calendar. I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I move to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. We'll see you all next week.